Good Wednesday morning, everybody. It is September 28th. I'm Ibeth Brusual. Curtis McLeod joining me in a moment. Here's the big stories in 90 seconds. Yes, Hurricane Ian is the big story right now. Take a look. Medical transport units, so many of them, hundreds hired by FEMA, are at the Orange County Convention Center on the ready to help out after the storm impacts our area. More than 300 ambulances are at the Orlando Ford operating base. Florida's Division of Emergency Management tells us it has trucks of food and water, generators, and emergency personnel on standby as well. And tolls are suspended right now along Florida's expressways, making it, we hope, easier for people to evacuate if that's what they want to do. There is no timetable as to when toll will be back on. Hey, we've got a Seminole County presser that's starting. Let's go ahead and listen in to Alan Harris.
With special needs, those individuals that require electricity to run medical devices. There are now 8 shelters open here in Seminole County. Some of those are special needs, some of those are pet friendly. All of the information on each one of our shelters can be found at prepareseminole.org. Again, prepareseminole.org. Or you can contact our Citizens Information Hotline, which is open 24 hours a day now at 407-665-0000. Again, 407-665-0000. We are currently here at Lyman High School. Lyman High School is a general population shelter that is pet friendly. We have individuals from the Seminole County School Board, the Seminole County government, the Sheriff's Office, Longwood Police Department, and Animal Services here to make the accommodations as safe, secure, and comfortable as possible. If you'd like to go to a special needs shelter, we encourage you to register. You can register online, or you can contact the number I just provided, and they will help you register from one of the 3 special needs shelters that we have here in the county. You can bring your pets to special needs shelter. We have a special needs pet friendly shelter for you. Remember, shelters are places of last resorts. As you'll see in just a few moments, and we're going to do a tour, cots are not provided at evacuation shelters. We do provide medically enhanced cots at special needs shelters. But at the general population shelter, which is where we are today, we do not have cots available. We have a safe place, a concrete masonry block structure, and we have individuals here to help, but not cots. If you need transportation assistance, it is important to register for that right now. It will soon be unsafe for us to transport people to shelters. If you need transportation assistance, please call the Citizens Information Hotline, the number I just provided, so that they can come and help you get to the emergency shelter. Again, it will not be safe for us to do this in a few hours, so please call now so that we can schedule an appointment for you to come, for us to help you get here to the shelter. Just as a reminder, all city, county, and constitutional offices are closed today to the public because staff has been reassigned to disaster duties. Those individuals, teachers and librarians and park staff, and those folks are actually staffing the shelter behind us. The folks you see behind me right now are county employees from different various areas of work, and they have been reassigned to help you in the need, if you have the need to come here to an emergency shelter. The Central Transfer Station and the landfill will close at noon. So those are the only 2 sites that are still open, but those will close at noon. Trash collection will be suspended at noon. If for some reason, and the folks are doing as best they can to get to every single person possible, but it is simply impossible for us to get everywhere. If your trash has not been picked up by noon, please take the garbage can into your garage or into a secure location at that time. We will suspend all garbage collection at noon because it will no longer be safe for our individuals to be out picking up garbage. Sandbag locations closed last night simply just because it is just too wet and it's not safe anymore to do sandbag locations. They will reopen, though, as soon as we can, either on Friday or Saturday, understanding that there will be a lot of flood concerns even into next week. We have given out hundreds of thousands, 208,450 sandbags at our various locations. So lots of sandbags have gone out. We hope that everyone is safe and secure. From a National Weather Service call this morning, we had, unfortunately, some additional bad news, and now we have major flood concerns along the Little Wekiva River and also the St. Johns River. We knew those would go into flood stage, but today we heard that they may go into major flood stage, possibly historic flood stage. So we will be ready to respond to those. And to talk about some of those response efforts, I'm going to turn it over to the Fire Chief, Chief Kinley, to give some more information.
Good morning. Thank you to Seminole County Public Schools and the school board here at Lyman for hosting this event, for us to do this press conference. No matter how the storm impacts us, the wind and flooding threats should be taken very seriously. There can and most likely will be major flooding. As the Sheriff's Office has also been stressing, stay off the roads pre, during, and post-storm. Many hurricane emergency responses can be avoided by you just staying home in your house. Seminole County Public Works monitors and maintains over 400 traffic lights in the county. When power is lost, sometimes it takes a long time for those traffic lights to get restarted. If it is absolutely necessary to travel, do so with extreme caution. Any non-functioning traffic lights at four-way stops, treat as a four-way stop. Any traffic light, come to a stop and treat it as a four-way stop. It's also very common for us to say that anytime you come to a flooded area, turn around and don't drown. You don't know what's under that water. There could be a very, very large hole in that water. With home safety, the fire department will be tracking all carbon monoxide events during this hurricane. We don't want to respond to any tragic accidents that could be avoided. Generators are very, very dangerous. Do not use generators in non-ventilated areas. Keep them at least 20 feet away from your home. Never run a generator in your garage, even if the door is open. We're sharing PSAs on generator safety that our firefighters put together. We are also sharing these messages in Spanish, as this information must get out. We're also sharing chainsaw safety information on our social media channels. Also, be careful with candles. That is a fire just waiting to happen. Use flashlights, use battery-powered candles. Try to avoid using flame candles. During the response, as we always stress to everyone, once the wind speeds reach 50 to 70 miles an hour, we may not respond. That's just not safe enough for our vehicles to travel in that kind of weather. At the height of the storm, our responders will be unable to respond to these calls. However, if you have an emergency, still call 911. We will respond as soon as possible, and our highly trained dispatchers may be able to help you with your emergency. As we want to stress, when it comes to 911 calls, only call for emergencies. Non-emergency calls task our operators, and we're unable to get through to those emergency calls as fast. Please use the Citizens Information Line, as you will hear this many, many times, at 407-665-0000. That is your best source for information. And since power is likely to go out, and this is possibly the last time that you'll be able to see one of these news conferences, let's talk about after the storm. This can be a very, very dangerous time, and many accidents and injuries happen after the storm. Trees are unstable if they're on the ground. When you're using chainsaws, ensure that you know how to use that chainsaw and that you're being safe. Down power lines, stay away from them. Standing water, don't go into it. You don't know what's underneath that water. Stay hydrated. When you're out working hard, trying to clear your property, you have to keep water in you. People get dehydrated very quickly. Along with our response after the storm, I just would like to mention that our Task Force 4 Urban Search and Rescue Team is being staged at the Peabody. That includes municipalities of Seminole, Orange, Lake, and Osceola counties, and the cities of Kissimmee, Claremont, and Reedy Creek, along with our civilian partners. Stay safe and informed, and take care of yourself, family and neighbors, as we are all in this together. Now I'm going to turn this over to our great Sheriff, Dennis Lehman.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I want to thank Alan Harris and his team and our superintendent and school board members for quickly changing this Seminole County Public School into a shelter. As Alan has said many times, this is not Marriott, and it is a safe location for people to be in. And I think that at this point in the storm, safety is of the most important aspect that any family could think about. You can see people are checking in right now, and there's a lot of new residents here in the state of Florida who have never been through a storm before, and for many this is an incredibly frightening situation. There's alerts, there's hazards, and of course when the footage comes in of the devastation in other areas, people become very, very concerned. So make your plan now. Now's the time to get on the road and go to a shelter. You don't want to leave your home in the middle of the most critical part of the storm. Again, the Seminole County Sheriff's Office is responding to calls for service like we normally would. If you have a problem, we're here to help. This is part of the time where we change our hat largely from crime fighting to more holistic public safety personnel. You'll see deputy sheriffs that are pulling trees out of the roadway. You'll see deputy sheriffs that are driving heavy vehicles helping people evacuate flooded areas. And what's important to remind people here in Seminole County is whatever flooding we have now is like a preview to what we'll experience over the next 10 days. A lot of times the flooding levels raise over time, and we always have concerns in Seminole County, in particular areas when it comes to flooding. If you see price gouging, we want to encourage you to contact the Attorney General's hotline for price gouging. That's 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. If you see people elevating the prices and all of those things, the Attorney General has a hotline for that, or you can call us and we would send deputies out to investigate. As our fire chief said, be cautious at the intersections if you are on the road. Should we lose power, those intersections are on battery backup. Should battery backup wear out, we will put generators out at those locations to make sure that we can keep those traffic signals powered. Word of caution, we track those generators. So if you try to steal them, we'll show up at your house or wherever you're at to make an arrest. And every time we have a storm, somebody is out there and tries to steal a generator, and we go and make an issue out of them. So we track those generators, we lock them up. Please don't try to do that. If you're committing crimes during the state of emergency, we'll do all that we can to make an example out of your behavior. Lastly, when it comes to your own situational awareness, I know we have not seen much of that here in Seminole County. I'm incredibly proud of how many people are off the road and how many businesses have self-regulated and closed business. So I got to tell you, I am so impressed with the amount of people who have self-regulated what they should do, not only for themselves, but I suspect for the workers that work within their business. It helps us out tremendously when we're out on the roads, we're responding to calls. So if you're in your house, you're sheltering in place, please don't be one of these individuals that are having the hurricane party, because when your normal faculties are impaired and you have an emergency that occurs in your house, it makes the situation much worse. So again, I'm not the party police, but for me and my family, I want to make sure that I have my sense about me. Should anything happen to my home, don't go out there in the middle of the storm, and be safe. And if you need us, we're out here and willing to respond to whatever we can. At this time, I'll introduce our great health officer here in Seminole County, Donna Walsh. Donna.
Good morning, and thank you, Sheriff. Early this morning, teams from the Florida Department of Health and Seminole County arrived at the special needs shelters to prepare for opening at 8 a.m. The special needs shelters are located at Bentley Elementary, which is a pet-friendly shelter, as well as Layer Elementary Schools. and they're staffed by health department nurses and other general services employees. As a reminder, special needs shelters are intended for individuals who may have a medical condition requiring enhanced services, such as electricity for medical devices, the need for medical cots, and monitoring by medical staff. Individuals who would like to register, and we are still receiving registrations for special needs shelters, you can call the Citizens Information Line at 407-665-0000 for information on how to pre-register or for information about the special needs shelters, or this late in the game here, as the storm is nearing, you can show at the special needs shelters and you can be registered on site. Our team of nurses will talk to you and make sure that we have the accommodations necessary for the special needs shelters. These shelters provide basic food services, as I mentioned, trained medical staff, as well as other medical supplies. But please do remember to bring any special medical devices or supplies that you need at home to the shelters. We have limited supplies there. So, for instance, we do have oxygen tanks in the event that the power and the generators go out and your oxygen concentrators don't work. But the schools, I will reassure you, are equipped with electricity and also backup generators. So that is very unlikely that we will go without power, hence why we have the special needs shelters. But again, we do have the oxygen tanks in the event that that occurs. Also, if you have medications, please make sure you bring all of your medications with you. We do not have medications, prescription medications at the shelters. So I know I mentioned the other day that the governor put out an order that early prescription refills are permitted during this state of emergency. You still have time while the businesses are open to get those if need be, but please beware, as the sheriff mentioned, a lot of businesses are closing early due to the inclement weather. Also want you to be aware that if you have a caregiver at home, make sure that caregiver accompanies you to the special needs shelter. Although we have staff there, we don't have enough staff for one-on-one care. So our staff will be visiting everyone who comes to the shelter, but a caregiver, if you have one at home, needs to accompany you to the shelters. We also have refrigerators at the special needs shelters in the event that you need to refrigerate any of your medications. In addition, if you are on a special diet, please make sure you bring those food items to the shelter as well. Food is provided at special needs shelters as well as general population shelters. But again, those on special diets need to make sure that they bring those items with them. The Florida Department of Health stands ready to support our most vulnerable. We encourage you to take all the precautions we have spoken about over the last week or so as we were preparing for this storm. Thank you, and be safe.
Thank you, Donna. We did hear that there was some audio issues with one of our feeds. Just know that this will be broadcast, recorded, and posted on our YouTube channel, and also you can get it through our website. So if you did miss any audio, you can get it there. There was a question online about curfew. A curfew will be decided as it becomes dangerous for persons to travel around the community. That would be a joint decision between all of the police chiefs, the sheriff, myself. We will make that decision. We try to limit that, of course, to the only the times it's really critical. But that will be some discussions that we have throughout the day. Are there any other questions from our news folks?
Is there any perspective you can give us about flooding that we could see compared to past storms?
Yeah, so the National Weather Service did call us this morning directly, which is never a good thing for the National Weather Service to call you directly on a cell phone. We love the people over there, but that's not normally something we like to see on our phones. And it was because they had predicted historic flooding along the Little Wekiva River, potentially, and this is just one model run, but potentially something we have never seen before. and then we are looking at major flood in the Lake Harney area. Now, we have seen that before. We saw that back in Tropical Storm Faye back in 2008. So something near that on Harney, and historic on Little Kaiva, a little bit higher than what we saw in Irma. On Monroe and Jessup, those are two big lakes also that we are concerned about. They seem to be less than Faye, but still flooding. And really, again, it just depends on where the water falls, and we don't know where that's going to be. These are all just forecast models, but where the track comes in and where those feeder bands come in, that's what's really going to make the difference.
One more time, what are the wind speeds where it's too dangerous for emergency responders to go out?
Yeah, I'll let the fire chief talk about that.
So it depends on the vehicles, but it's anywhere between 50 and 70 miles an hour. It's different for our rescues versus our fire engines and our heavy ladders.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you all very much for being here.
All right, Seminole County officials, they're wrapping up their press conference, going through a lot of information. I want to let you know that on deck is a playback for you from Osceola County officials. But as we continue going county by county, I want to do a couple of things. One, point your direction to the very bottom of your screen. We have constant information broken down county by county. And two, want to let you know that the timer now is 10:21. So in about 9 minutes, the operations will cease at Orlando International Airport. Again, Orlando International Airport MCO will cease operations in less than 10 minutes. Now, let's get back for a quick recap of Seminole County, talking about shelters are being open, imploring people, if you're at home riding out the storm, do not use candles. That is a recipe for disaster. He did say, Alan Harris, that they got a call from the National Weather Service to give them a heads up that some of their model runs show that there's possibly going to be historic flooding over a Little Wekiva River. So they are watching that situation. All right, producers, let me know if we're ready to go with Osceola County. In Kissimmee, there's a news briefing that took place moments ago. Let's go ahead and listen.
All right, well, good afternoon. My name is Brandon Arrington. I'm the chairman of the Osceola County Commission. Thank you all for coming down to Osceola County for this latest update on hurricane that is going to be affecting our community and most of Central Florida. I just want to first start by saying I will be the first of 4 speakers. After me will be Bill Litton, our Emergency Management Operations Director, followed by our sheriff, and then Melissa Zayas Moreno will provide a Spanish translation for all the information we're providing here today. I just want to make sure that everyone is working to get in place. The storm has shifted and has more of a direct path towards Central Florida, and we want to make sure everyone is off the roadways at least by 11. We are going to start seeing severe impacts probably around 2 o'clock, and we want to make sure that the safety is the key important issue here in Osceola County. We have all been through these storms before. We've seen some real tragic incidences. We've seen flooding before, and so if you are in a low-lying area or in a mobile home, Bill will probably hype on this a little bit more, but please go ahead and make it to one of our shelters. We want you to be safe, because there again, we know we will see loss of property. We know we will probably see some flooding and some wind damage throughout our county, but we want to make sure everyone is safe. And so please stay hunkered down. We will be having storm effects for a good 12 hours starting later today, all the way through Thursday as well. So it's really, really important. I know I've said this about 3 times already, but we really want our community to be safe, and so please do so. And as we all know, there are 3 phases to any storm, and that's preparation is the first one. And Osceola County has worked together in partnership with all of our government entities as well as our cities to make sure that we have a cohesive message and are following the same message throughout. And then obviously we have the storm, and we ask that once again that people please stay put once the storm begins. We don't want people out on the roadways because we want to make sure our first responders and our sheriff's deputies can respond to the incidences at hand. However, once the wind gusts get to a certain level, I believe it's 45 miles an hour, services will not be provided. You will not have emergency response as well. So please, please understand, if you are someone of medical disabilities, is and you think it could be a concern to ride out the storm, make it to one of our shelters now. It is very, very important. And then obviously the third part of our storm is going to be the recovery. Once the storm passes, once again, we ask that you do not get out on the roadways. Please stay safe so our emergency responders can get out to the roadways and make sure the roadways are safe before our citizens get on them. And then once that happens, we will obviously be setting up opportunities for water distribution and providing information on debris removal as well, because we do expect to have a large debris accumulation from this storm. So it's very, very important. Once again, our shelters are open. Please make it to them. If you're looking for sand, for sandbags, our sandbag operation shut down yesterday. So please do not go to that site hoping to get sandbags today. And once again, please stay safe, folks. And if you're someone who hasn't gotten water, you can always fill up your bathtub. Pitchers in your house, please fill those up so you can reuse them for your toilet or future baths or even perhaps drinking water if you don't already have some on store. At this time, I will now bring Bill Linton to the microphone to provide some more updates as well. Bill?
Thank you, Chairman. As an update for the weather right now, this is a worst-case scenario for our area, especially in Central Florida. Tropical or hurricane Ian will be making landfall later this afternoon just around the Fort Myers area as a high-rated Category 4 with 135-mile winds. Right now, that impact's going to be looking at us for about 55 to 70-mile-per-hour winds sustained and gusts up to 90 miles per hour for our northern west parts of our county. So right now, as the chair has already noted, we want everyone to activate their plans now and shelter in place. If you're staying in your home, stay put now. We want everyone in your locations by 2 p.m. today. No traveling on the road, no other movement around in the county. If you are in a low-lying area or flood-prone area or in a manufactured home, we are recommending that you go to one of our emergency shelter locations. With the wind fields that we're going to be experiencing over the next day and a half, we would like you to be safe there and take those precautions as well. The other concern with this storm movement and the track that came out early this morning is going to be the rainfall. We mentioned that already yesterday, but now we're going to be seeing historical flooding in our area. The Shingle Creek area will be impacted, and we're looking at 12 to 18 inches of water in our area across the county. So, as been noted, we do not need individuals driving around the roads in flooded areas and also with power lines down and that after the storm. So we want you to stay put until an all clear is given from our officials here at the Emergency Management Operations Center, and we can clear that message with you. As noted, we do have 2 additional shelters opening this morning, Narcoossee Middle School and Liberty High School, which will be a pet-friendly shelter for Liberty. We have the other shelters opening, Celebration High School, Kissimmee Middle, which is pet-friendly, and Harmony High School. Our special needs shelter at the Council on Aging here in Kissimmee is opening and has been taking residents. Remember, this location is for those that are on special needs and special electronic dependent or medical dependent, and the DOH staff is there to support our individuals there. Our sandbag operation went very smooth over this last weekend, the last several days, and we recorded a record amount, over 300,000 sandbags given out to our residents here in the county as they prepare for the impacts of our storm. Osceola County closures, our administration building will be closed at least through Thursday this week, and our community centers and parks will also be closed through at least Friday. The clerk of the court and comptroller will close the rest of the week, and the tax collector's office until at least Thursday also. Regarding utilities, Toho offices are closed, and KUA's customer service office will close at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Garbage and recycling, I want to highlight this. For unincorporated areas of Osceola, they will continue pickup till 12 noon today. What we're asking is if it does not get picked up, please bring that into your garage. We do not need flying projectiles of your cans or any other debris that you might have taken down from your trees and those other branches. Make sure those are moved into a safe place. Those will become projectiles when this storm moves through our area. For the city of Kissimmee, administrative offices will also be closed for at least Thursday. All public parks, community centers, and recreational facilities and for the city will be closed until further notice. Solid waste services for Kissimmee is suspended for Thursday and Friday. In the city of St. Cloud, offices and the city St. Cloud transfer station will be closed for at least tomorrow. City trash pickup has been suspended for the rest of the week. And also just for public transportation, some highlights. Sunrail has suspended services and Lynx will do the same if sustained winds reach over 35 miles per hour. I do want to highlight that for our community, as Chairman Arrington has already noted. Once we reach speeds of over 45 miles per hour, our first responders will not be responding on the scene. That is a safety issue. We want to make sure our first responders are safe in that. So if you do not feel safe in your location now, please move to an appropriate place to make sure you can shelter the storm. We encourage all of our residents to stay informed. We have our Citizens Information Line open at 407-742-0000. We'll have that running 24/7 now for questions and answers and directing those residents for details on storm prep and response. Additionally, there was a tornado on radar this morning I want to highlight through the Yeehaw Junction area. This is what we're going to be facing the next day and a half. So this is a very critical need as well, not only the winds, but also the rainfall. But because we're on this side of the storm, we will be seeing tornadoes throughout the day and through tomorrow. So I encourage our residents now, if you have not, please register for Alert Osceola. You can text it really easy, Alert Osceola to 888-777, and you can register for alerts. That system allows us to automatically push tornado warnings and flood warnings to your phone and also to your email as you sign up. That is another layer of defense for you and your family to get those alerts. If you have a weather radio, make sure it is programmed and ready to go and have fresh batteries for this week, for the rest of the week as well, to receive those alerts. If we receive a tornado warning, please shelter in place and go into the most inner place of your home and shelter until that is cleared. We probably will be experiencing that throughout at least tonight and into tomorrow as well. And of course, you can get more details on Osceola.org, our Facebook and Twitter handles. With that, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so you know, today the Sheriff's Office will be closed, the lobby, and it'll be until the duration of the storm. We'll announce it when we're going to reopen. We're going to have most of our resources out in the streets and the roads taking care of you all. Stay home. If you don't have to be outside, stay home. You know, you take unnecessary risks to go do something, and you put our first responders at risks. So stay home. Please don't go outside unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't go out there to do your TikTok video or your Facebook viral post, especially after the storm. You know, just stay home. Let us assess everything, and let us do our job. And then we're going to continue to give you information as this storm progresses. You know, if you don't have to call 911, please refrain from calling 911, you know, unless it's a real emergency. Like they say, after a certain mile per hour winds, you know, we're going to probably not be responding to certain calls due to no sense in risking our deputies. And again, be patient. You know, we're still seeing people arguing at stores and fighting over gas and juice and milk. You know, just please, it's not worth it. You don't want to spend a duration of the storm in jail because of something silly. Also, there's going to be no mandatory evacuations, and there's still no curfews at this time unless something changes. Also, now I'm going to say a little bit in Spanish. Por favor, quédense en su casa. no salgan a menos que sea absolutamente necesario o es una emergencia. Si ustedes salen afuera durante la tormenta, se están arriesgando y después están arriesgando a nuestros oficiales y a nuestros bomberos. No salgan afuera a hacer esos videos de TikTok o Facebook porque quieren estar en las redes. Puede pasar cualquier cosa y no queremos tener que ser responsables por tratar de rescatarte por una foto o un video. Si no necesitan llamar el 911, por favor no lo llamen, a menos que es una emergencia. Nuestros oficiales no van a estar saliendo a responder las llamadas después que los vientos lleguen a más de 45 millas por hora. So, si es una emergencia, nos llama a ver cómo los podemos ayudar. Pero si no es algo que es necesario, por favor mantengan calma y se mantienen en sus habitaciones hasta que pase la tormenta. También todavía no va a haber toque de queda y tampoco desalojo. Vamos a mantenernos todavía como estamos y si algo cambia les vamos a dar saber. Y también la oficina del sheriff va a estar cerrada hasta que pase la tormenta porque necesitamos esos recursos que estén en la calle trabajando para mantenerles a ustedes y sus propiedades seguras. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días, soy Melissa Sayas Moreno, oficial de Comunicación y Asuntos Públicos de la ciudad de Kissimmee y parte del Centro de Información aquí del EOC. Información sobre refugios, 2 nuevos refugios de población.
All right, as we continue to monitor what Osceola County officials are saying, we're going to do a quick, on the fly right now, translation. We'll let it play a little bit in Spanish, and then I'll do a translation so every single member of our community is getting the latest details. Let's go ahead and listen.
El refugio para personas con condiciones especiales abrió ayer
on your screen, Osceola County, and we are putting up shelters that are for special needs folks and then for the general population. That's what you see on your screen.
Así como oxígeno o dispositivos médicos eléctricos. Si tiene cualquier preocupación médica antes de la llegada del huracán Ian, ahora es el momento de moverse al refugio,
ya que el equipo de primeros auxilios o los rescatistas no podrán llegar a usted durante el huracán. A esta hora, do not do it while the hurricane is in motion and being felt in Central Florida.
La distribución de sacos de arena en Osceola Heritage Park fue suspendido ayer en horas de la noche.
Sandbags has been suspended over in Kissimmee. That was in effect for yesterday, but that now has ceased.
Las oficinas administrativas del condado están cerradas hoy miércoles y mañana jueves.
Administrative offices for Osceola County are now closed. We heard the sheriff mention that moments ago, but they want to reiterate that anybody wanting to go to their offices, they are now closed until further notice.
El condado Osceola también estará cerrada hasta el jueves, mañana. Sobre las utilidades, la oficina de Toho Water Authority, o Toho, están cerradas y el servicio al cliente de Kissimmee Utility Authority, CUA, cerrará hoy a las 3 de la tarde. Sobre la recolección de basura y el reciclaje, para el condado Osceola no hay áreas incorporadas, el servicio continuará hasta mediodía. Si la basura de los residentes no ha sido recogida antes de esa hora, por favor asegure sus contenedores en su garaje o en un lugar seguro. El servicio será suspendido hasta mañana jueves. Un recordatorio importante para nuestros residentes, se les pide que por favor mantengan su acera limpia de artículos voluminosos o basura, y si no han sido recogidos, que por favor lo guarden en un lugar seguro, así como en el garaje o en un lugar donde no se conviertan en proyectiles. Para la ciudad de Kissimmee, las oficinas administrativas también estarán cerradas hasta mañana jueves y todos los parques, centros comunitarios e instalaciones recreativas dentro de los límites de la ciudad estarán cerrados hasta nuevo aviso. Las vistas de las cámaras de luz roja que estaban pautadas para hoy también han sido pospuestas hasta nuevo aviso. Y el servicio de recogido de basura para los residentes de la ciudad de Kissimmee han sido suspendidos para el jueves y el viernes.
If you live within Kissimmee, though, the trash pickup situation is definitely different. Trash pickup has been canceled for tomorrow, Thursday, and for Friday. That is if you live within the Kissimmee city limits. Remember, Osceola County has multiple cities, so we're focusing on Kissimmee right now.
Ha sido suspendido y el servicio de autobús Lynx será suspendido una vez los vientos sostenidos alcancen las 35 millas por hora.
Once the winds reach speeds of 35 miles per hour, Lynx will cease operations on the roads of Osceola County, which is also the same same within the City Beautiful. The City Beautiful posting that just a little while ago on social media, and now Osceola County also following suit with that.
Impacta nuestra zona. De tener preguntas o cualquier inquietud, preocupación, por favor llame al 407-742-0000.
Any questions that you may have, if you live in that part of Central Florida, you're more than welcome to call the following number, 407-742-0000. Again, that's 407-742-0000.
Enviar un mensaje de texto con la palabra Alert Osceola al 888-777. Y para actualizaciones, por favor, visite la página web readyosceola.org, osceola.org, y las páginas sociales de Facebook y Twitter. Muchas gracias, y ahora estamos preparados para recibir preguntas.
Okay,
now we're prepared
now
to
they're going
receive
to
any
do
questions that you may have.
Q&A, and they're very active on social media. She was saying Facebook and the other social media platforms. If you have any questions regarding what's happening in Osceola County.
¿Qué pueden encontrar las familias? Y si tienen cifras a esta hora de cuántas familias ya han podido llegar.
So the question by Telemundo is to know how many people have been arriving to the shelters and what's the capacity right now and what's the situation inside of them.
Approximately have roughly around 200 residents in shelters currently. We have a lot of capacity currently. We have enough room in all of our shelters to add on to that today and through 2 p.m. today. So we encourage the residents again, if you do not feel safe or if you're one of those areas of concern, please make the decision now to move to one of those locations.
So would you like to do that in Spanish as well? No? Okay.
Can you talk to us about that tornado warning earlier this morning in Yeehaw Junction? You guys confirmed this was a tornado?
Confirmed with National Weather Service Melbourne. That was a radar indicated. No confirmation on touchdown. That was in a rural area where that did come through.
And, I mean, this is what we're going to be seeing.
We're going to be seeing this.
That out again for
yes,
minutes?
it's very critical that with these southern bands as they come up through the north, through our area, moving through Osceola and Orange County and Seminole County, we're going to experience this through this afternoon, this evening, and all through tomorrow. So they need to be prepared for tornado warnings and to take action quickly.
And Sheriff, I know you said, you know, this is not the time to be out on the road getting last-minute preparations, I would say, and I think that's very important because, as speaking earlier, we did see people on the road, you know.
Yes, there are. You know, it just stay home. I mean, at this time, you know, we've had enough advisories that this is coming, and you know, just stay home because we've seen single car accidents just slipping off the road because it's wet, and then that puts us at risk. We have to go out there and try to pull you out. So just stay home. If you don't have to go anywhere, just don't go anywhere until.
Words for, you know, suspects, criminals that might take advantage of this.
Well, they know. They know here in Osceola County we're very hard on criminals. We don't like criminals. We're not going to tolerate criminal activity. And if you're price gouging, to me, you're a criminal. If someone needs a baby formula, and you're trying to sell it to them for $100, shame on you. We've already got some small reports of some water increases, and we're sending deputies to check on that. Shame on you if you're a business owner doing that. Criminals, like I said, if you're out up to no good, you'll be housed at the shelter, the Osceola County Jail. Other than that, stay home. We don't need anybody that doesn't have any business in the streets to be out in the streets. All right? Thank you.
When do the shelters close? I think people, if they still want to go to the shelters, when is the official time to kind of shut that down?
So we'll remain open, but we'll probably look at around 3 or so. That will probably cease operations at least as those strong tropical force winds come moving into the county. So definitely heed the warning now to take action this morning and don't wait until the last minute.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for coming out today. Once again, please stay home and stay safe, and we hope to see you on the other side of the storm. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
That's good advice right there from Osceola County officials as they wrap up their press briefing that happened just a little while ago. So here's what's happening, right? They are paying close attention, and they have been so far, but they know that the storm has shifted. And so that's what they were focusing on. One of the officials saying, quote, the storm has shifted, more impact on Central Florida, and that's why they're paying close attention. They have been, but really are now. In Osceola County, they said they're expecting 12 to 18 inches of rain. Again, That's Osceola County. And they also wanted to be very clear that they are giving people a little bit of wiggle room. If anybody wants to get to one of the shelters, they have until 3 o'clock this afternoon, but they're imploring to the public to please stay off the roads because they're seeing people in a hurry. They're not thinking straight, and so they're getting into crashes because now more rain is coming down, and that's becoming dicey out on the roads. All right, want to also let you know that we wrapped up a little while ago another press briefing from Seminole County, and we wanted to remind you of this. You can also add boat docks to the list of amenities that are shut down ahead of the hurricane's arrival and its impacts in our area. Non-official watercraft, I repeat, will not be permitted, will not be allowed on the water until after the storm passes and those boat ramps reopen. We know we have a lot of folks with watercraft, personal watercraft and boats, and some want to go out there. Do not do it. Crews barricaded the area around Lake Monroe in Sanford. That's what you see. This afternoon, the Seminole County Fire Department pulled a couple of their boat out of the water so they could relocate to safety. They have several different boats around the county that will be poised and ready to respond to any flooding situations as these emergencies may pop up. Lieutenant Ben Fulton says they're working with the sheriff's office to navigate regions that tend to flood a lot, like the area around Geneva and Lake Harney.
SO is dropping stakes down the sides of the roadway, and that's for us so we know if we're driving our vehicles down there, we don't go off onto the embankment or anything like that. So they are placing stakes out in certain areas that are prone to flooding. And Geneva, we also have a 6x6 on standby as well for if we need to get people out of their homes to due to flooding.
That is fascinating and new information. And take a look at this bird's eye view as you see the camera pan all these beautiful homes. The scary part is that they're so very close to the water, and we're all biting our nails thinking, okay, how is this area going to look once the impacts of this hurricane start to be felt? But you can see they have authorities at the ready. Department officials say they also took some drone footage. You just saw that there from before the storm, so they can kind of compare the before and after, and they do a full assessment. Not only helpful, we're told, for the storm event, but will also build up an archive for the county that will help them respond even more efficiently in the future. Okay, as our weather experts continue nonstop to monitor Hurricane Ian, medical transport units hired by FEMA are ready. They're staged at the Orange County Convention Center in case of any potential impacts, bad impacts, and they need to be dispatched. They're ready to go. Florida's Division of Emergency Management says it has trucks of food and water, also tons of generators and emergency personnel ready to be deployed as needed. Public Information Officer with the American Medical Response says that starting today, they have over 300 ambulances on site over, as you see this video, at Orlando Ford Operating Base. He recommends to stay put during the storm. Everybody's saying that.
I think the advice is pay attention to the warnings. This is a very potentially deadly storm. The threat is real. The weather is going to be very bad and very dangerous, so stay inside. Make sure that you have plenty of supplies, and if you need help, call 911.
All right, good advice right there. After the hurricane passes, Staywa says that they will move all ground assets underground where they will be safe and wait for their next orders from FEMA. Okay, as we start to see impacts here in Central Florida, we could see widespread power outages. We've been talking about that, right, for so long across the state. It's a wait and see game. The latest numbers from Florida Power and Light showing this: at least 13,500 power outages across the state thus far. At least 63 of those outages in Brevard County. Sadly, those numbers are expected to go up. To keep track of the outages in your area, we've added power outages maps on our webpage at mynews13.com and on the Spectrum News app.
Approved Florida's request for emergency assistance immediately upon receiving it from the governor.
FEMA is ready to act in the case of storm surge from Hurricane Ian.
The emergency personnel already deployed to the state, and the warning from officials this morning.
321 Plastics is your one-stop shop for all your display needs. From eyeglass holders to pedestals, custom cut sizes available. Orders shipped directly from our warehouse. Come check us out today.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Clystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
It's time to trade in and trade up at Gary Yeomans Ford's 4 locations. Trade in and get a historically high value for your vehicle. And trade up because of a special shipment of new Fords have just arrived with new F-150s, Explorers, Expeditions, and more. All with up to a $1,500 gas card. Plus, make no payments until 2023. Get started valuing your trade now at GoYeomans.com. Trade in, trade up, and see why Florida says, Go Yeomans!
Have you or anyone you know served or lived at Camp Lejeune? Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune's water systems may have been infected and contaminated by chloride due to fuel leaks on the property before 1987. If you drank the water or bathed in it or had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and had been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune for 4 years, this hits close to home. At Morgan & Morgan, we're fighting for the families affected by this to try to get them the compensation they deserve. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune before 1987 and have cancer or Parkinson's, call us today or visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
Call 800-602-7700. 800-602-7700. That's 800-602-7700. Call now.
Coming up on 10:51, back with a live update. Meteorologist Maureen McCann with Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick. We've been watching some bands of rain pivot across central Florida. There are no active tornado warnings. There have been a few suspect cells offshore, and you can see what those rain bands look like once they get on shore with these conditions in Cocoa Beach. It's the Bogan Munns and Munns Shepherd Park Cocoa Beach Cam, and we can't stress it enough. This isn't just a West Coast event. There will be the threat of storm surge on our East Coast, although not as great as in Southwest Florida. We have the risk of that dangerous heavy pounding surf that could lead to beach erosion as well. Let me show you where the rain is setting up right now. If you are in southern Osceola County, even southern Brevard, getting a little bit of a break from the rain. Some of the more intense squalls are offshore, but those are still going to be pivoting onto land. It's pretty much widespread north of Orlando. We've seen some of that rain also in and around Seminole County, Winter Springs to Sanford, Deltona getting some of that rain. No lightning showing up. We typically don't see a whole lot of lightning with tropical events, but we do have the risk for some of those isolated tornadoes within any cell that we get. We encourage you to share pictures with us if you're in a safe place. If you're able to do that, that really helps us tell the story to validate what we're seeing on Clystron 13. So just a reminder about that. And knowing that we may be getting into power outages, we just want you to have the app downloaded so you can get those notifications if your power goes out. And of course, you can stay connected and stay informed with us on the Spectrum News app to continue to see our coverage. So our local threats, it's the tornado concern today because there's so much spin in the atmosphere. We can get these brief tornadoes. They tend to be weak and short-lived with tropical events, but they still can do damage. Winds are going to be picking up as the day wears on. That's why we are going to be in those hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings because of the threat of wind and then the ongoing flood concerns. Sorry, I didn't change the frame of view with Ian as it moves to the northeast at 10 miles per hour, making a closer approach to land. So we should be nearing landfall. If it doesn't happen later this morning, very early in the afternoon. Once it interacts with the land, we'll get friction that will cause the storm to start to weaken. But I use that term lightly because we still could have hurricane force winds. And as the storm slows down, the flood threat is only going to be continuing, and that's going to persist through late Thursday, even into Friday to the north. But once this moves out, our conditions will improve significantly. With us being on the right side of the storm, that's where you have the most rotation because of the forward direction of the storm, plus the winds turning with height. We refer to this as the dirty or unfriendly side to the storm, and that is where Central Florida will be, which is why the concerns are for us, even as the storm goes down in category. But also, the storm surge is such a significant threat for Southwest Florida. Parts of Charlotte and Lee counties anticipating maybe 12 to 16 feet of surge. Also, while mentioning that, Brian Carrick just mentioned that Lee County is in a extreme wind warning. That's a rare product, but it's because of the core of these strong winds approaching land. Tropical storm force winds go out quite a distance from the storm center, I believe 175 miles, and that's only going to go up. Seeing how those hurricane force winds will be approaching. This is overnight, and then the hurricane force winds start to diminish by early tomorrow. So that's a quick overview of the timing of the storms and some of the hazards. Of course, we have lots to cover when it comes to a hurricane, but at least things improve by the weekend. Now live like a Class 13.
All that rain that our forecasters here at Spectrum News 13 have been talking about is a real concern also for FEMA leaders. So hurricane fatalities caused by water could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely. According to the National Hurricane Center, nearly 90% of hurricane deaths come from water, not wind. Interesting there. President Joe Biden approved Governor Ron DeSantis' emergency declaration. It allows FEMA to support Florida even before the storm hits. FEMA has already deployed 700 personnel to Florida. He says he will ensure the safety of Floridians.
Approved Florida's request for emergency assistance immediately upon receiving it from the governor when they received it. And I directed my team to surge federal assistance there before the storm hit.
Now, Florida state officials are urging everyone to follow local guidelines and heed evacuation warnings. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp issued a state of emergency for all counties there last night ahead of Ian's impacts. All right, to help get more Floridians to safety, the Florida Department of Transportation is giving I-4 drivers the green light to use the emergency shoulder as a normal driving lane.
Yeah, so they have more options. The plan is to help increase traffic flow, right, and capacity. So at this time, that is only allowed, though, not everywhere, only along I-4 from Tampa to State Road 417 in Orlando.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis has suspended tolls on Florida's expressways to help open up more evacuation routes for those in need. Now, a date and time of when tolls will be reactivated hasn't been announced just yet, but for now, they are suspended and free to drive along.
So Hurricane Ian has prompted the chairs of the January 6th committee to go ahead and postpone the hearing that was set to happen today. This was believed to be the last public hearing. Remember, former President Donald Trump remains the major focus of the panel's investigation. The committee's authorization runs out at the end of this year, and Congressman Adam Schiff says the committee is ready to finish its work and release a final report on its findings before that.
Good morning, Central Florida. Here's what's happening in our community, brought to you by the expert injury attorneys at Todd Minor Law.
Two things you can always count on with hurricane season. Every hurricane is different.
Class 13 actually able to pick up on those outer rain bands.
And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm.
We are monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic.
Tracking storms coast to coast with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared. The weather experts, only on Spectrum News 13, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
John and Kelly use AT&T for their mobile service. Steve and Anna have Spectrum Mobile. Both couples have 2 lines and both get unlimited data and nationwide 5G. What's the difference? John and Kelly pay a lot more with AT&T.
Yeah, and our bill just went up.
Again. AT&T's costs are rising, up to $12 a month for older family plans.
That's too much. Way too much.
Plus taxes.
And fees.
With Spectrum, there are no added...
Not sure who you can trust to replace your old worn-out windows? One company comes highly recommended. Renewal by Andersen. Homeowners trust and love our replacement windows and doors. Take the first step. Contact us for the best home improvement experience you'll ever have. Save now. For a limited time, get these huge savings and special financing. Call now for a free consultation or visit us online.
Mom! When you need medical care and need it fast, think MedFast. MedFast is faster and less expensive than the emergency room. Sprain? Call MedFast. Cut? Call MedFast. Why wait for hours in the emergency room?
Choose MedFast.
MedFast Urgent Care. When you need medical care and need it fast, call 321-MEDFAST. Online at medfastcare.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Wednesday morning, September 28th. I'm Ibeth Brusual. The big story right now continues and will be Hurricane Ian. As you know, earlier this morning is picking up quite a punch, 155 miles per hour, just 2 shy than the Category 5 criteria. Take a look at your screen as we continue to give you the very latest information this morning. New numbers just came out. We're going to talk about that with our severe weather experts in a moment. Central Florida counties under hurricane warnings right now. Flood watches are a reality and tornado watches as well. Governor DeSantis gave a statewide briefing just a little while ago this morning that we brought you live. If you missed it, don't worry. We've got all the details. And we're also hearing this morning from officials from Lake, Seminole, and Osceola counties. In Broward County, a tornado damaged several aircraft, as you see right here. We're getting brand new video from this airport, and also we're being told that there were some damages at the hangars. The mayor there says 2 tornadoes touched down in Broward County between 7:15 and 8 p.m., passing over North Perry Airport last night. The facility is temporarily closed while officials assess the damage. All right, let's get the very latest right now. What's happening with Hurricane Ian from one of our certified meteorologists joining us now. Do we have new information, new data that's coming in, Maureen McCann?
The 11 o'clock is in, Ebeth, and it's still a Category 4 storm. But as you just mentioned, 2 degrees less, rather 2 miles per hour less than a Category 5 storm. So winds of 155. Movement is pretty much the same, as is the pressure, but that eye wall is getting ready to move onshore. Let's see it from Klystron 13's perspective. It's the world's most powerful television radar. The yellow signals where there's a tornado watch. So I'm going to turn that off just so we can see the storm a little bit better. And Sanibel about to find the northern eye wall, getting closer to some of the beaches there. Significant amounts of wind, enough for there to be an extreme wind warning. We don't get those very often for Lee County. And look at how much lightning there is too in the northern eye wall. So that's also a sign of this storm's intensity. So the eye soon to be moving over land, but we know as we expand the view, those bands extend out quite a distance. We have seen our impacts locally. The breezes starting to pick up, and we have some downpours. The other concern that is going to be ongoing is going to be for any of these bands to start rotating and produce an isolated tornado. It's always a very real threat with any landfalling tropical system. Watching Brevard County, watching how some of those cells offshore Melbourne Beach and Indian Harbor Beach in the Atlantic, some of those have been showing some signs of rotation, but no active warnings now. But we do have that tornado watch until 5 p.m.
All right, thank you so much, Mo, for that. Our live team coverage continues right now across Central Florida with Greg Pallone, who's joining us from West Melbourne right now along US 192. Greg, hello to you. So tell us what you're seeing right now, my friend.
Yeah, you heard Mo just a moment ago, Beth. These rain bands have been coming through the area across the Space Coast. We do have some that are off the coast right now, but we're just seeing a steady soaker out here in the southern part of Brevard County. We've seen some of the flooding out here on the sidewalks. And this area right here, 192, which is just about half a mile from I-95, this area typically floods when we have heavy rains. And we have some video we want to show you from earlier of that flooding that happened here in the turning lane and the actually extreme right-hand lane turning into Sam's Club here. But just a short time ago, a work crew came out and cleared the storm drain. That's why now that this is mostly clear, of course, we're continuing to have the rain, which is steady, and so we'll see how that goes. But that's proof positive that you really need to clean your storm drains around your house and around your businesses to make sure that that water can flow through the drain and not cause any problems on the roadways. We have heard of several wires arcing across the area. We do have some gusts that have been taking place, so be careful if you encounter any down power lines. But again, people are out and about right now, despite the rain and the wind that's taking place with these bands that continue to come through the area. But again, if you have to get out and about, just please be safe. Only run the errands that you need to, and of course, make sure that you pay attention to the local authorities. And again, we're continuing to monitor all the situation going on here as Ian is having its impact on Brevard County. Live in West Melbourne, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
All right, thank you so much, Greg, and your photographer. I'm assuming it's John Shaban, the incredible duo, always providing the latest pictures. We expect the conditions there to worsen. Thank you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon. My phone's blowing up because relatives, right, are getting the word of how intense this hurricane is. If you're watching this right now, I ask you to download the Spectrum News app in case the power goes out. You can still have access to our content via the app, which you can download for free. Okay, so the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, also known as GOA, they're in charge of the airports. They held a news briefing a little while ago. Remember, at 10:30 this morning, so just about 35 minutes ago, they ceased operations at MCO Orlando International Airport. Let's hear from the GOA CEO to see what they had to say just a little while ago.
Good morning, and thank you for being here again. As many of you know, this morning here at 10:30 a.m. we ceased commercial operations here at Orlando International Airport. I know for many, the question is why and what that time was chosen. Safety and security is always going to be our #1 priority. And as you've been following with this storm event, it's changed its trajectory a few times. So just to give you an example, we were sending our staff home at noon today. Those that are non-essential, we actually sent them home earlier just because of what's going on with the storm. So the decision we made yesterday in cooperation with the airlines was absolutely the right decision. And as some of you will hear shortly, there'll be some press information sent to you. The last flights have gotten out as envisioned. Jet bridges, once those flights had departed or were being tied down, are all now tied down. Our Emergency Operations Center here is at a level 1. They're ready to go. So impressed with the team. They have been prepared, ready from day one of this event. And as we were 5 days out, getting ready as we were preparing for this event. And as you know, with some of the press announcements we made even last week, we postponed some of the activities in Terminal C, specifically because we anticipated that we were going to be involved in this event here. The track, as you know, is continuing to head our way. And so as we prepare everything, it's really to be expecting the brunt of this storm. Just a reminder, just because we cease commercial operations, we are not closed. We are here for emergency cases. We are here for relief cases. But obviously we are not having commercial flights in and out. But we are also not a shelter. There are designated shelters here in Orange County, and so we continue to make sure everyone's aware that this is not a shelter. So with that, I will turn it over to Tom Draper, our our chair of the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, if he wants to say a few words. Mr. Carson Good.
Kevin, thank you. And Tom Draper, thank you.
This is a interesting experience, and I have to give incredible compliments. Been out here yesterday afternoon and all morning with our operational readiness people, and we've got a whole situation room that Tom Draper and Kevin, your team, has, and I've overseen a lot of real estate, and I've never seen anybody pop into action with as much professionalism as these guys have done. We've got a great team here out at the airport, and everybody's working very hard. Thank you, Tom, and Tom Draper, our head of operations.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. At 10:30 this morning, the airfield, our last flight departed just a little before 10:30, so the airfield is now closed. So ATC, or FAA's Air Traffic Control Center, they remain on site, but at this time we've ceased commercial operations. I think that Kevin talked about that a little bit earlier, that the airfield is open for military. It's a prior permission required for military or life safety, something like that. So we'll continue to monitor that. We, of course, we're lockstep with the FAA. We greatly appreciate their help. But everything is out that was going to get out. Right now, we're moving a few aircraft around to get them away from the gates, to get them over to the hangars or over onto the ramp and get them secured. So we're in the last-minute preparations now for the airport. We're securing all the jet bridges and securing the air sides and the gate areas out here. We'll work our ways from the air sides in, because at some point in time we'll have to take the gate links, the people movers, and we'll secure them in their stations. So depending on which way the winds are going to start at, we'll decide whether we're going to go to the terminal side or to the air side. So we'll get all that buttoned up. We'll get everybody out of the air sides, evacuated back here to the building, and then we'll finish the building. Right now, our goal is to get all of the folks, including the airline or concessions, all of that out of the building unless they're on a ride-out crew by noon. So that way we give everybody a chance to get home safely, make any last-minute preparations they need to make at their house or ride out the storm. So we stay in constant contact with the city, the county, and the state emergency management, and all their EOCs and those organizations, as well as the National Weather Service. We've been talking to them. So I think this time the facility's prepared, and we're ready to ride out the storm.
Questions? We have time for a couple of questions.
Yeah, I know this is a very fluid situation, and everyone is closely monitoring the storm, so in terms of time frame, it's unsure. Can you talk about what it will look like getting operations back up and running?
So part of the analysis to resume operations is really where the storm leaves, and what time it leaves, right? As we've been seeing, it's tracking on its own course, right? It's taking its time. So we have to get to the point that we're not seeing those strong, sustained winds, basically 40 miles an hour and greater, right? So that's usually the backside of the storm. So we're anticipating sometime in Friday. The unknown is how long it takes as it's crossing the peninsula.
What's the biggest challenge with this storm?
The biggest challenge is not necessarily being prepared for it, because we've got everything buttoned down, we're ready to go. It's the unknown of what the effects are going to be, right? Is it going to be sitting here where inches and inches of rain and where we're going to have an extreme flooding event? Is it going to bring in some heavy winds? Right now it's tracking 155 miles per hour. We can all know that when it gets into overland, it will lose some strength. But what happens when it gets here? Are we still in that hurricane force wind category? That's the unknown and uncertainty that we're dealing with right now.
Is there ever a point where you consider the possibility of a shelter, maybe not beyond the TSA line?
No, this facility is not set up for that type of situation. Again, it's set up for an airport operation, number one, but number two is it's also here in conjunction with our state and federal partners, as Tom mentioned, for emergency relief, military mobilization, and so on. Because we have that size, they can bring in those large aircraft to be able to do that.
So if people end up using this as a shelter, are they going to end up getting kicked out, basically?
So we'll work with our law enforcement partners and help identify and fire and so on about where are those shelters that are available. Right.
How do you feel like this morning, Brad? I know we had a lot of families that we spoke with. They were anxious, nervous, hoping they'd get out. How do you you feel like it ran that last push, the final blow?
Well, this morning actually went very, very well. It was, walking through the airport here, you had people focused, right? They knew they had to catch their flight. Airlines were focused. They clearly were getting messages out to their passengers. A lot of those flights that had a 10:15 departure were now moved up to a 9 or whatever that time frame was. So they were trying to move things up to get there. We were happening to, earlier today, meeting with one of the station managers for one of the major legacy carriers, and he said they moved up as many as they could and got that last flight out, and they were able to move on.
So once the storm goes away, what should passengers expect as far as getting back on the operations?
So I would continue to reach out to your airlines, okay, because they're going to have the information for their schedules. They coordinate with us as we start to do our assessments post-storm of what's been impacted, so that way then we can tell them when it will be able to open those operations. But then it's up to them to start to develop their schedules of resumption, of either bringing craft in or using the aircraft, as Tom mentioned, that we're securing temporarily and using that for out. So again, coordinate with your airline to get that information. Somebody had a question here?
What are you telling your staff right now? Are they all to remain at home until you open back up?
Just like any organization, here we have non-essential and essential. The non-essential we actually sent home. Originally, like I mentioned earlier, was at noon. We told them to go home at 10:30 because, again, the change of the trajectory of the storm. The essential staff is here. It's usually our operations and maintenance teams, security teams, and so on. They're here to ride out the storm as long as it takes. All right? Well, thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so that's a wrap up of officials with GOA over at Orlando International Airport. By the way, that's the busiest airport in all of Florida, so it's a big deal. They've ceased commercial operations, but they were very clear to say that their facility does remain open. Why? Because they have emergency personnel moving in and out and resources coming in. So when it comes to when do they reopen, that's the big unknown. And let me tell you, I just got back a couple days ago from hurricane coverage in Puerto Rico, and when everything was shut down there's a multiple things that have to happen. The airlines have to figure out staff. Secondly, they've got to check out the runway, make sure it's not flooded, everything's okay. The same thing will happen here, so pack your patience for the next few days. So we gave you that press conference. We also checked in with Greg Pallone in Brevard County. They're seeing flooding. We brought you Osceola County and Seminole County. Now we want to go ahead and let you know that several of these counties that we keep checking with are updating their plans as hurricane warnings and flood watches remain in effect this morning. Celeste Springer, she's been with us throughout the morning. She's still in Lake County right now as local officials are preparing for a significant weather event, and they had a press briefing just a little while ago.
A lot of residents here are worried that this hurricane could be reminiscent of Hurricane Irma. That one came in 2017, and Lake County saw a ton of flooding, downed trees, and of course downed power lines. We spoke to one local man the other day while he was preparing for his home. He was filling up his boat with tons of water, basically trying to attempt to make sure that boat doesn't tip or get away from him in heavy winds. Lake County officials say they're expecting very heavy winds starting tonight. Meanwhile, that local man says flooding and tornadoes are two things that are on the top of his mind.
The safety of my mother and house flooding out, or a tornado, be the worst possible thing is a tornado. There's no stopping tornadoes.
Right now, there are several schools open as shelters for residents of Lake County, and of course, other schools all across Florida that are offering the same thing to residents who are trying to hunker down like all of us are. Reporting on scene in Lake County, Celeste Springer, Spectrum News.
Right now, hurricane preps is so key for everyone. You should be wrapping that up now, and everybody handles things a little bit differently, right, as they're getting ready.
They sure do. What expecting mothers should do ahead of the storm, we'll share that with you when we return. You're watching Spectrum News 13.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Fun Spot America, where it's always huge fun.
Here are your winning lottery numbers.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
There's plenty of reasons to celebrate with Spectrum Mobile. Because now you can get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data on 2 lines for just $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. Switch and save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Now that's worth celebrating. Plus, enjoy nationwide 5G and the most reliable service coast to coast. Get Spectrum Mobile with unlimited for $29.99 a line. Call 833-261-2999. With Spectrum Mobile, your options are truly unlimited. And that includes no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Choose from a variety of the latest phones, or bring your own. Join the nation's fastest growing mobile provider and get the best deal in mobile. Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $29.99, all with no contracts, no added taxes, and no hidden fees. Call 833-261-2999. Click SpectrumMobile.com or visit a store near you.
Everybody.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Hyundai Santa Fe with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Before you hire a personal injury lawyer, just ask them this. How many trials have they had in their lifetime? Our firm had more than 10 trials last month. And we could run this ad on TV forever, and that would still be true for every month. Here's the thing. Because the other side knows we'll take the fight all the way, we're able to settle hundreds of personal injury cases for fair compensation every single month. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
11 a.m. update is in, and we still have Ian as a Category 4 storm, but just shy of Category 5 by 2 miles per hour with winds of 155. We can see that eye very well defined on Klystron 13, and we see how the eye wall, the northern eye wall, that's out over the water right now, but the area is being impacted. Sanibel, a wind gust there already up to 75 miles per hour. Those intense bands also making their way towards Venice and Sarasota. So landfall projected within the next few hours, but an extreme wind warning issued for Lee County. It's pretty rare for us to get those. That's because that's where the winds are going to be the strongest and also the storm surge. While we're on Klystron 13, let me quickly take you back to Central Florida. Many of you have rain outside right now. We've had these gusty squalls. Some of them have the potential to rotate and produce isolated tornadoes. No tornado warnings right now, but that yellow signals where we have a tornado watch, and that's for much of the area until 5 p.m. Here's the Bogan Munz and Munz Shepherd Park Cocoa Beach cam, and a time lapse indicates how the surf has been becoming very rough. We also have rain pivoting through, so this is not just an East Coast event. We'll still have, not just a West Coast event, we'll still have the potential to have those strong winds, flooding, isolated tornadoes on our East Coast too, in addition to the ocean hazards. So here are some of the peak wind gusts that just came in. They're from Southwest Florida, but Lakeland, 45 miles per hour, and Patrick Space Force Base also had a sustained wind at 39 miles per hour, which would make it tropical storm force. New as of 11 a.m., the hurricane warnings were extended. They now include Brevard and Volusia counties. Remember, a warning different than a watch. A warning means the threat is more imminent, so you want to be ready to take action with the threat of hurricane conditions. Taking you to Southwest Florida, the threat of storm surge here. I got to change the banner, but those numbers are so high on that graphic representing the threat of that rising water. While we could have some storm surge along our East Coast, this is the biggest concern. This is why evacuations happen. Typically, the land is dry, but when you have a big wind field, hurricane force winds out 45 miles per hour, tropical storm force winds out 107 75 miles per hour. That pushes all the water onto land, and it causes us to have to close roads, close the causeways and bridges, and structures cannot survive that type of water. Between Englewood and Bonita Beach, 12 to 16 feet of surge are projected because of the threat of that rising water. So making landfall within the next few hours is a Category 4 and then becoming a Category 1 based on the forecast track, and we still have the risk of hurricane strength winds here in Central Florida. We'll get back to that track with our next check of weather on the ones, but how about some better news? A 7-day forecast looking great for the weekend.
All right, remember, it's important to know your zone when it comes to evacuations. The state has a website with county-wide evacuation routes and zone maps. Now, as the storm approaches, it's important to know your route, know where you need to go to get out if you have to. Florida coastal counties are susceptible to storm surge from tropical storms and hurricanes. All right, time for your health news this morning as we make sure all of you are prepared for the storm. While everyone needs to be ready for Hurricane Ian, some have to prep a little bit differently.
Yeah, not everybody's the same. So pregnant women need more supplies and have to plan differently, that's for sure, compared to the rest of us. After all, they're caring for two. According to the Florida Department of Health, pregnant women should have enough food and water for 7 days. They should also notify their family and health care providers where they're going to be staying during the storm and afterwards. If leaving home, make sure you bring a copy of your medical records, of course, and know where to go for shelter if need be.
So right now it's 100%. So the 100% are reporting generators on site, and we're happy about that.
Governor Ron DeSantis, along with other state leaders, say that nursing home and assisted living communities across the state all have generators on site. Now, that's a state law now. That's following the death of more than a dozen people in South Florida after an air conditioning unit went out at a nursing home community during Hurricane Irma. But while the state says all communities have generators, that doesn't mean they're all in full compliance. Now, I looked into all of this during the start of hurricane season. Now, this we found back in May that all the counties in Central Florida and Tampa Bay have at least 15 assisted living and nursing home communities that were not in full compliance with state law at that particular time. Now, at this point in time, that number has come down a bit, according to the Agency for Healthcare Administration. At least 6 nursing homes and assisted living communities were not in full compliance with state law. Those 6 communities we found not in full compliance are in Pinellas, Lake, Hernando, and Orange counties. Now, if you do have a loved one in one of these communities and want to check out where it stands with state law and generators, go to our website and click on the Watchdog tab. You can also find information on the Spectrum News app.
You know, throughout our extensive team storm coverage from now until Ian passes, you'll be hearing a lot of weather-related terms.
You sure will. Our team of dual certified meteorologists will be bringing you the most up-to-date information to make sure that you and your family stay safe. And we want to make sure you understand all of the terminology. You'll hear phrases like storm surge, which is the rise of water generated by a storm. Now, it should not be confused with storm tide, which is defined as the water level rise due to a combination of storm surge and the astronomical tide.
Fascinating. You also hear this, outer bands. We hear that a lot, actually, which are the rings of thunderstorms and rain farthest away from the eye of the hurricane or tropical storm. All this information, also a teaching moment, right?
It definitely
is. For the younger ones. Lastly, you'll want to know what wind shear is. It's a change in wind speed and or direction over a short distance.
Get more MPGs and 1.9% financing at Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda. With new inventory arriving daily. It's easy to drive the most fuel-efficient automaker in America, Honda. Save at the pump with up to 40 MPGs for Honda cars and trucks. And save even more with 1.9% financing on your new Honda. Only at your 2 participating Brevard Honda dealers, Space Coast Honda and Ron Norris Honda.
Mom! When you need medical care and need it fast, think MedFast. MedFast is faster and less expensive than the emergency room. Sprain? Call MedFast. Cut? Call MedFast. Why wait for hours in the emergency room? Choose MedFast. MedFast Urgent Care. When you need medical care and need it fast, call 321-MEDFAST. Online at medfastcare.com.
After an auto accident, insurance companies will try to outsmart you and pay as little as possible.
I was stopped in traffic and a car hit me from behind. After the accident, I had neck surgery. My medical bills skyrocketed, so I called an attorney from Vocate Legal. He started working on my case at no upfront cost to me. The insurance company lowballed me, claiming my injuries couldn't have been caused by this low-impact accident. Through special investigations, my attorney and his team discovered a concealed and much bigger umbrella policy. That's how they outsmarted the insurance company and obtained $2.25 million.
Call 1-800-900-9229 for a free consultation.
At Vocate Legal, our attorneys know exactly how big insurance thinks and how to outsmart them. That's all we do, day in and day out. Your consultation is free and you pay nothing unless you win.
Call 1-800-900-9229 for a free consultation. That's 1-800-900-9229.
Vocate Legal, fight smarter.
Hi, everybody. It's Wednesday, September 28th. I'm Ebeth Brusual. School is canceled. A lot of stores are closed. We are starting to feel some of the impacts of Hurricane Ian, now packing winds of 155 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and let you what we're seeing right now. Tolls are suspended along Florida's expressways, making it, fingers crossed, easier for residents to evacuate. That window to evacuate, though, is coming to an end soon. There is no timetable for when tolls will be put back in effect. Medical transport units that you see right here, hired by FEMA, are at the Orange County Convention Center to help with potential storm impacts. More than 300 ambulances are on site at the Orlando Ford operating base. Medical Florida's Division of Emergency Management says it has trucks of food and water, generators, and emergency personnel on standby if needed. Time and time again, a lot of the news conferences we've carried so far have said that people can leave, evacuate in a voluntary manner if they choose to do so. So we're watching everything very closely. Okay, what is the latest on the speed and the strength of this hurricane? Let's check in right now with certified meteorologists. We've got our team this morning working really hard. Hey, Mo, what's the latest data showing you right now?
Winds to 155 miles, located 45 miles west-northwest of Naples. This is the visible satellite. This can point out all the different features in those clouds with the most intense band surrounding the eye. We refer to that as the eye wall. And a sign of its intensity is that lightning count. We see it go up and then it comes down a little bit in the last frame. But either way, that shows just how intense this storm is. Let me change sources. I'm going to go to our radar site over in Pinellas County. It gets a better view of the storm with winds to 155 miles per hour. Already there's been a gust to 72 miles per hour on Sanibel. The northern eye wall still out over the water. That's where the most intense rain and wind is, especially the wind. But of course, here locally, we have those outer bands that have been affecting us all morning. It's been mostly rain with the winds picking up. We've also had that ongoing tornado threat, something that I'm going to continue to monitor as we go throughout the morning hours into the afternoon. I guess it's almost afternoon, 11:32. Here's the latest forecast track, and it does show Ian holding together as a hurricane as it makes its way up towards Polk County. And then even though the winds will lessen due to the land interaction, it is going to weaken in terms of category, but the threats will be the same in terms of rain and wind, ongoing flooding, and storm surge potential on our East Coast.
All right, we'll circle back around with Mo and the rest of our severe weather experts in just a moment. Okay, new this morning, Governor DeSantis shifting gears with little time left to evacuate. He's now urging Floridians at home to stay put, hunker down, and gather any remaining supplies. Jason Delgado is joining us live in Tallahassee with more details of what the governor said just a little while ago. Good morning.
Good morning. State leaders here in Tallahassee are also making their final preparations. As Hurricane Ian moves towards Florida, state leaders are standing by to mobilize resources. From linemen to the National Guard, nearly 40,000 responders are ready to deploy. Governor DeSantis says more than 24 states are offering support to Florida. That support could come in the form of emergency supplies, manpower, and aircraft. Governor DeSantis says Hurricane Ian has never demanded a response like this.
This has been bigger in terms of the mobilization. I mean, the assets that we have are unprecedented in the state's history. And unfortunately, I mean, you know, they're going to need to be deployed because this is a really, really significant storm.
Now, Governor DeSantis is expected to give updates throughout the day. His most recent stop was in Lake City, where he spent time with linemen.
All right, thank you so much, Jason Delgado, with the very latest there from Tallahassee with what the governor said just a little while ago. A fluid situation. We hear any other details about a press briefing with the governor. Be sure to stay tuned here. We'll let you know. And I invite you right now to go ahead and download the Spectrum News app. And I keep saying that over and over on the regular, but especially now, because if your power goes out, then you have the app on your phone. You can charge it and still watch every single second of every minute of every hour of our live coverage to give you the very latest information. And at the bottom of your screen, we've got scrolling information from every single county across Central Florida.
All right, access to the Siesta and John Ringling Causeway bridges are closed this morning.
Just to give you a perspective, that's about 2.5 hours away from Orlando.
Hurricane warning. A tropical storm warning has been upgraded to a hurricane warning for the following counties. In Florida, coastal Volusia, inland northern Brevard, inland southern Brevard, inland Volusia, mainland northern Brevard, mainland southern Brevard, northern Brevard Barrier Islands and southern Brevard Barrier Islands.
Storm back shift to the south, bringing Siesta Key more into play when just 2 days ago there wasn't a lot of concern here.
I've seen so many storms come and go, come and go, come and go. So it's like, you know, keep calling wolf, and nothing happens. People here get numb, but, you know, this might be the wolf.
Maybe, maybe not. But this one seems different. It will deliver impacts to Siesta Key now, regardless of where the center line falls tonight. Many people here in Sarasota County are talking about a Hurricane Charlie. That was a 2004 landfalling hurricane that was a Category 4, but Hurricane Ian is much different. It is a much larger storm, and it is moving a lot slower, which means the impacts will be exponentially greater along Florida's Gulf Coast. On scene in Sarasota, Jason Lanning, Spectrum News.
So much traffic, extremely long lines as thousands of people evacuated the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look now at I-75. This is north near Lutz late yesterday afternoon. Traffic moved slowly but steadily. We're told this rest stop was packed for most of the day as drivers made their way out of that area. Some said they were leaving because they live in mandatory evacuation zones or remember the devastation of past storms.
I'm nervous. I'm scared. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. I mean, everything's still kind of unpredictable. You know, first it was headed right towards Tampa, and now it's going to hit a little further south. So, you just don't know.
Now, a number of people told us their evacuations were unplanned. They say they made their decisions. This was on Tuesday when Ian's projected path shifted further south.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
When you have NHL Center Ice, you're in control of what games you watch. With up to 40 out-of-market games a week, you can follow your favorite teams and stars of the NHL, no matter where you live. Never miss a Matthews goal, a Makar check, a McDavid rush, or a Markstrom save, all from the best seat in your house. NHL Center Ice, the game lives where you do. Order NHL Center Ice today.
After my car accident, Dan got me $510,000, 40 times more than what the insurance company offered me.
And attorney Dan Newland got me $500,000 for my car accident case.
Yeah, but for now, they are suspended and free to drive along. All right, remember, it's important to know your zone when it comes to evacuations. The state has a website with county-wide evacuation routes and zone maps. Now, as the storm approaches, it's important to know your route, know where you need to go to get out if you have to. Florida coastal counties are susceptible to storm surge from tropical storms and hurricanes.
And yes, in Sumter County, there as well, heavy rain is expected, and many neighbors are preparing for strong storm conditions that they've seen before. So when it comes to potential power problems, Duke Energy already on standby in the Villages, a very popular area. Residents we spoke with continue to make sure that they're as ready as possible, right? And want to make sure they can minimize any potential flood impacts.
When Irma hit, we had about up to here, so covering all the way from the baseboard around from our front door. Rain was up to here, so we couldn't even open up the front door practically because it would have swarmed inside and flooded everything.
Okay, as you see right there, she's wasting no time whatsoever. They're hoping these sandbags that you see right there provided by Sumter County will make all the difference this time.
The penalty trial for Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz is now paused ahead of Hurricane Ian. The trial is set to resume on Monday after the storm passes through our area. During yesterday's hearing, prosecutors called 5 witnesses, including investigators from the Broward County Sheriff's Office and a forensic psychologist. Jurors are deciding whether to sentence Cruz to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now, in October of 2021, he pleaded guilty to 17 counts of murder and 17 counts of attempted murder in the 2018 shooting at Stoneman Douglas High School.
Hurricane Ian getting ready to make landfall in southwest Florida with that eye wall getting ready to move on shore as well. Those winds have been up to 60 to 70 miles per hour with some of the gusts that have come in, and those numbers are only going to climb. With Claystron 13 up here, I have the satellite view. Let me switch it over to the radar so we can see where those bands of rain are located. Just going to switch the radar site. And with the watches and warnings called up, you can see that red polygon. It's south of Polk County. That's a new tornado warning. It's not for our immediate coverage area, but it goes to show that these cells can spin up brief rotating cells that could lead to tornadoes, and the threat is going to be ongoing for us. That's what the yellow represents, everyone under a tornado watch that's highlighted in yellow. So Melbourne Beach, you can see those winds coming on shore Based on the flag direction, the rain has let up there, although we did see some gusty squalls move through already. If you're just joining us, we have a updated track. Looks like this might have just updated. Brian, I'm not sure if you have seen this yourself, if you're still over there, but the storm has Category 4 and then Category 3 as it moves on land. I don't know if that just updated.
Let me check.
Okay, I wasn't sure because when I was making the graphic, I didn't see that. So the storm moving on shore, maintaining hurricane strength, and then moving into the northeast as a tropical storm. But still, even though the category is going to lower, the threats are going to be the same. So the probability of those hurricane force winds greatest near the center of circulation, and that's going to be the higher likelihood as you are south and west of Orlando. We're looking at the overnight hours. This is the hurricane force winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. So you can see how that goes off to the northeast. We also have the area-wide threat of tropical storm force winds. It sounds like we may be going to a presser. We're going to head over to Beth.
All right, thanks so much, Maureen. Very important information. We're going to get to her in a moment. Right now, we've got Mayor Demings giving a press conference in Orange County. Let's take you there live.
We need to therefore plan for the worst, hope for the best in this process, but be very definitive in the actions that we are taking to protect human lives. For East Central Florida, the wind threat remains significant. There is a significant threat of strong tropical force winds and frequent hurricane force gusts pushing inland from the West Coast, especially for Orange County and our surrounding counties. The winds are expected to arrive by as early as 2 p.m. today. Strong winds, that is, by 2 p.m. today. However, there is certainly a multi-day threat. This is not going to be something that is going to be over in just a few hours. It is going to be with us for the next day and a half or so. And so our residents really have to plan for that. Flood watches are in effect. Rainfall is projected to be as much as 24 inches within our area. A tornado watch is in effect for much of East Central Florida and Orange County today through at least 5 p.m. We are asking our residents to curtail travel by motor vehicle no later than 2 p.m. today, because we should begin to see wind gusts and sustained wind speeds of 35 plus miles per hour. That makes it dangerous for people to be out on the roadway. So again, we're asking our residents to begin to curtail motor vehicle traffic today by as early as 2 p.m. Within the next 24 hours, we will get sustained winds of 95 miles an hour. And so that means that those are hurricane force winds. That will create significant damage for our community, and we want everyone to be prepared for that. By this evening, we will be experiencing full tropical force, tropical storm winds. With the worsening of these conditions, Orange County Fire Rescue crews are right now out checking all 79 of our mobile home parks, and they are providing evacuation notices for those who are living in those mobile home communities. This is the second time that our fire rescue crews have visited the mobile home parks in the past 2 days. They will be making an announcement on a loudspeaker to evacuate to a hardened structure or nearby shelter. Residents should relocate no later. Again, we're asking them by 2 p.m. today. Now, we're being proactive in our community to assist in this process. We have teams of law enforcement and fire personnel who are working as we speak with the Lynx public bus system, and they are working on a voluntary evacuation plan for mobile home parks within our community. We are working with Lynx. We have the interim CEO here, Ms. Tiffany Homer Hawkins, who has joined us. They have provided 13 buses that will be utilized in some of these most vulnerable areas that I've just talked about, the mobile home parks, as we will be proactively evacuating persons from those areas. These are in low-lying areas that historically have had problems and the inability for residents to evacuate in the past. I want to remind residents that our Orange County Fire Rescue crews have also visited all 96 Orange County assisted living facilities, checking on their emergency plans and making sure that all of them are safe. All 96 have been visited. All 5 excuse me, let me talk a little bit about shelters at this point. All 5 of our shelters are now open and receiving residents. With this rapidly changing hurricane, we urge residents to not delay if they need to use the shelters. They are there for your convenience. There are 3 pet-friendly shelters, one at Apopka High School, Oak Ridge High School, and Timber Creek High School. Again, all of these will be accepting individuals and their pets. Ocoee High School and Dr. Phillips High School are also being used as shelters, but they are not to have pets in those specific locations. Now, for Orange County residents who require special needs, we have open shelters. If you want to gain assistance, if you are a person with special needs or disability, in other words, we can arrange transportation to a special needs shelter for those individuals. They simply have to call 311 within Orange County, and our staff will work to have and facilitate those persons being taken to the special needs shelters. Right now, we have 20 special needs residents within shelters within the county. And we are opening a 3rd special needs shelter for residents in the next few hours. In terms of solid waste collection, residential curbside garbage, recycling, and yard waste and large item collections in unincorporated Orange County will stop at noon today. No service will be provided tomorrow and Friday. Any materials that are out on the curbside, we're asking that you remove those materials because that means that they could potentially be a hazard to others as the wind speeds will pick up. Residents, in terms of collections, residents who would have had normal collections on Thursday and Friday for garbage and recycling items, those items will be picked up the following week during the regular scheduled days. That would be Thursday, October 6th, and Friday, October the 7th. Yard waste collections may be delayed for all households during storm recovery. I will tell you that we have no idea what the potential damage could be from the storm, but one of the things that we do proactively as a county is that we enter in debris removal contracts, and we have those contracts in place, and that brings in extra haulers post a hurricane that can help us within those immediate 72 hours after the hurricane to remove debris. Our utilities workers understand this is a bit of an inconvenience for our residents, and we do appreciate everyone's cooperation and patience as we move through this process. With our solid waste facilities, I want to give you an update. The Orange County landfill and our transfer stations are scheduled to close to the public today at noon, and they will remain closed through Friday. And with that, let me just also share some other information with you. We know that we have a number of people who have been evacuating from surrounding counties and throughout the state. They have been coming. We do have capacity within our hotels. At this point, Visit Orlando estimates that the occupancy rate is at 85% within our community. So we still have 15% capacity within our local hotels. In terms of the homeless, I get asked questions about, are we taking care of the homeless? Yes, we are. We're working very closely with our homeless shelters. We're working closely with the Homeless Services Network to ensure that our homeless individuals are housed. I'm told that we have approximately 60 individuals now in non-congregate housing within Orange County as well. And with that, I'm going to ask Sheriff Mina to come forward and to provide some comments to you. And then after that, I will for our Spanish-speaking media, I'm going to ask some of our staff to come up and assist us in providing some additional details. With that, Sheriff Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon. So I just want to reiterate the Orange County Sheriff's Office is prepared to keep everyone safe before, during, and after the storm. We have more than double the amount of personnel that we usually have out there on the streets to keep everyone safe. I do want everyone to heed the warnings that we're giving you, that after 2 o'clock we should not be on the roadways unless we're essential personnel. And for those of us who are staying in our homes, to make sure we shelter in place, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is assisting with the voluntary evacuation of some of those mobile home parks that are vulnerable to flooding and other damage. So we will be out there. Again, as I stated, we have more than double the personnel that we usually have out there as far as law enforcement is concerned. So if you see suspicious activity, if you see people doing things they're not supposed to be doing, committing crimes, call the Sheriff's Office, call 911, and those people will be caught and taken to jail, and they will face harsher penalties because of the state of emergency. And again, if anyone needs anything from the Orange County Sheriff's Office or law enforcement, please don't hesitate to reach out, call 911 or our non-emergency number. And we're also working with our other municipal police departments to ensure that we're all on the same page as far as the safety of this community. Our deputies, carry generators and chainsaws for the flooding aspect. We have many watercraft, many vehicles that can go through water for rescues or anything like that. Of course, we have our aviation, our helicopter assets as well for after the storm. And remember, after the storm, that people need to avoid down power lines and standing water. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Before I ask the staff to come up, we also do have several of our Orange County commissioners who have joined us today. They've been working in their respective districts to ensure that residents are safe. We have Commissioner Myra Uribe and Commissioner Maribel Gomez-Cordero who joined us as well. But also at this point, I'm going to ask some of our staff to come up. I call them the three amigos who are going to be coming up at this point. First, familiar face to you, Dr. Raul Pino, who is going to come up, and he's going to share with you some information about our shelters and what we're doing with those operations. Then we're going to have our utilities director who is going to come up, Mr. Ed Torres. He'll talk to you about some of the efforts that we are doing in Spanish with our utilities. And then we'll have from our Public Works Department, Ms. Diana Almodovar, who will provide some information in Spanish about what we're doing with our public works operations. And so with that, Dr. Raul Pino.
Gracias, alcalde. Buenos días. Esta es una información con respecto a los shelters, los albergues de emergencia que el condado ha activado para su seguridad y protección. Hay 5 shelters abiertos durante esta parte del huracán para la población en general y 3 de ellos, Apaca High School, Oak Ridge High School y Timber Creek High School, aceptan que ustedes puedan traer sus animales con ustedes para también protegerlos. Los otros 2 son Ocoee High School y Dr. Philly High School y esos 2 no aceptan animales para la protección.
All right, Dr. Raul Pino speaking in Spanish. I will let him talk in Spanish so our Spanish-speaking audience can absorb the most of this info, and then I will do a translation on the fly.
Para personas con special needs. las personas que tienen necesidades especiales, que usan oxígeno, que usan algún equipo electrónico, que tienen CPAP machine o que tienen ventiladores o que tienen algún tipo de limitaciones que necesitan ayuda, por favor llamen al 311 y allí le darán la cita para qué shelter lo van a mandar.
For anyone who has special needs, who has a CPAP machine, who needs oxygen, and they want to go to a shelter, they can dial 311. Again, that's 311, so they can be guided to a special shelter. And he also talked about just a general population shelter. There's 5 of them in Orange County. Apopka High School is one of them, Oak Ridge High School, and Timber Creek High School. Let's go ahead and listen to see what else they've got going on. I tell you what, they're talking about the water services. We'll continue to monitor the situation and let you know what they say here in just a little bit. In the meantime, let's push the pause button for a moment so we can reset and welcome into our coverage Eric Levy and the rest of our team as we continue with the very latest regarding Hurricane Ian. We're doing this together, everybody. Download the app for free. Spectrum News.
When you take a moment to let the worries of tomorrow drift away, you find there's time to just be. To bond, to laugh, to cherish an experience like this. And realize it's fun to have fun. Those moments start here at Fun Spot, where fun hits the spot.
What will you lose if the power goes out? Not only heating and cooling, but your phone, internet, your entire livelihood is at risk. Be prepared for a major outage with a Kohler backup generator.
We were without power for 5 days, but we had hot meals every day.
When the grid goes down or severe weather strikes, a Kohler generator can power your entire home automatically in seconds. Call or go online now, save up to $750 and get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty.
We went for the Kohler generator and have never looked back.
Don't wait until it's too late. Unlike portable models, Kohler backup generators offer seamless, hands-off operation without the need to refuel during a crisis. They automatically power your entire home, hassle-free.
I just love my Kohler generator.
Call or go online and save up to $750 plus get a free comprehensive 10-year extended warranty now.
Call 800-441-5456. That's 800-441-5456.
Life is a lot like a race, with lots of hurdles to get over. Some of the first ones feel the tallest, like getting a credit card, or buying a car, or even saving for a home. Addition Financial is there to help at every stride by providing education and all the financial tools you'll need to conquer those hurdles. Addition Financial, count us in.
This is a major, major storm.
Right now, the center of Hurricane Ian is spiraling closer to Central Florida.
Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts.
But now is not the time to be scared. It's about staying aware and putting your preparations to work.
And we'll pull together through this.
As Central Florida's only team of dual certified meteorologists are keeping you informed throughout the storm and beyond, covering Hurricane Ian's impact in the Sunshine State right now on Spectrum News 13.
And good afternoon to you. We thank you for joining us for live in-depth team coverage of the storm as again the storm spirals closer to Central Florida and conditions are deteriorating quickly. Let's get right now to our team of dual certified meteorologists, Certified Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick and Maureen McCann. Hi there.
Hey, Eric. Yes, Maureen, you've been very busy this morning. We're getting an update here now as of noon. The storm's still packing winds to 155.
Right. Category 4 storm. We saw that increase this morning from a from winds of 140 to 155. And the eye wall is approaching Sanibel and Captiva, or moving on shore at Sanibel and Captiva. Reading the new 12 p.m. position update, winds to 155 and a wind gust near Redfish Pass of 84 miles per hour, Brian.
All right, so this is going to be coming on shore here shortly, eventually making its way very slowly into Central Florida. We'll have all the impacts on Ian coming up throughout the afternoon.
Okay, Maureen and Brian, thank you very much. Obviously, the Gulf Coast is getting the first impacts of the storm, far worse than what we could see here in Central Florida. Spectrum News 13's Jason Lanning starts our team coverage at noon from Turtle Beach in Sarasota County.
Hour by hour since early this morning here in Sarasota County, just south of the Tampa Bay area, the winds and the rain have been on the increase. We are still not at tropical storm force sustained winds. However, we are now starting to see hurricane force gusts of around 74 miles an hour. So far since midnight, 3 inches of rain, and we have a full day to go. And we want to take you out about a 1 mile radius rather from the hotel we are staying at here in Sarasota, just off the Barrier Island Bridge to Siesta Key. You can see the bridge is now up. The Barrier Islands completely evacuated and no access to those. As the winds pick up, we should point out we are starting to see those power outages increase and exponentially as we go through time. Just a few hours ago, we had about 9,000 people here in Sarasota County without power. We are now up to more than 50,000, and those numbers will climb very quickly as we go through time later on this afternoon. Rainwater flooding, also a big concern here, depending on how these rain bands set up later this afternoon. Some areas here along Florida's Gulf Coast could see 10 to 15 inches of rainfall in about a 24-hour period. Emergency management all activated across the area, and at this point it is shelter in place time as Hurricane Ian continues its final approach here toward Florida's Gulf Coast. We're live in Sarasota. Jason Lanning, Spectrum News.
Okay, Jason, thank you very much. Now, if you are in the direct path of the storm, we know the impacts are going to be wide-ranging. Officials say you should, again, stay where you are. The governor says it is not too late to safely evacuate to certain destinations. The governor also gave out some safety tips during a briefing this morning, including something very, very important. Avoid down power lines. Do not drive through standing water. You don't know how deep it is. And operating the generator outside your home and doing so safely. Florida Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie says the exact impact to Central Florida still too tough to predict.
As the governor mentioned earlier today, possibly speeding up just a little bit to getting out of here in 24 hours versus 36 hours. So that'll certainly help on the rainfall side of the house. But again, it does have a Charlie-esque feel.
Spectrum News 13 has reporters fanned out across the state, coast to coast, to give you impacts and updates and information that you need from all over Central Florida. Asher Wildman is in Lakeland this afternoon with the latest on what he's seeing there. Asher.
Eric, good afternoon. Kind of want to set the scene since we're going to be here all afternoon here in Lakeland. Okay, now behind me, there is a fountain, right? You can see the water going up, but I don't want that to be the indicator for folks at home to see what kind of wind we're seeing. More use the tree line that's located behind me. Also, this area, I'm told, most likely to flood in Lakeland. Again, as a reference and starting point, I want you to look to see where I am here. I'm going to walk up about 4 stairs. Flooding nowhere near a concern right now. But the reason why this area is so good to kind of understand and take a look at what we could be seeing later today in Lakeland is I'm going to explain it to you now here in downtown Lakeland. Again, you can see the tree lines, slight breeze. We do have a mistful rain right now. We have not seen any real significant downpours. Okay, so here we are down at Lake Mirren, downtown Lakeland. Most of Lakeland is essentially closed, but you can see we're at a low spot. What does water like to do? It likes to find the low spot. This is important to know too. Right here on their storm drain, no dumping, drains right to the lake. Now we have about 3 feet until this drain overflows, but then we go to a little higher ground. You can see right here across the street, this is another drain that's going to go right to the lake. So this is an area that we're going to monitor all day to see when that water level starts to rise, to see what kind of flooding we have here in Lakeland. Also, I can tell you this, very little gas, if any, here in Lakeland if you are looking to fuel up your car. We're live in Lakeland. We'll be here all afternoon to monitor the water levels here in downtown Lakeland. Stay with us here on Spectrum News. Reporting live in Lakeland, Asher Wildman for Spectrum News.
Asher, thank you so much for bringing that up about the storm drains, because that is probably valid for a lot of communities outside of Lakeland. In Lake County, officials had a news conference to talk about the preparations that are now being exercised and are hoping folks are hunkered down. Spectrum News 13's Celeste Springer has our team coverage continuation right now, talking about what the shelters are like across the county, including in many schools.
They say there's about 300 people in shelters right now, and officials say one of the biggest concerns they have is flooding, particularly in the northeast areas of the county. But for now, it is all hands on deck at the Emergency Operations Center. The parking lot filled this morning as staff filed in with their duffel bags, prepped to live here over the next few days. Emergency responders expect heavy winds to carry into this evening. They're asking that you do not leave your house unless you absolutely have to. And fire officials are asking that you be cautious when it comes to using that generator.
Generators need to be at least 20 feet away from any structure. Keep the generators away from overhangs or enclosed areas, including garages and porches. Even screened-in porches can allow CO to come into the building. Only refuel the generator when it is in the off position.
And some tips for after the storm. Of course, avoid down power lines, but after the storm passes, try and stay off the roads. First responders are going to be out and other crews are going to be working to clear out debris. And one final thing, as we see some flooding, officials expect some creatures to come with it, so definitely be aware of your surroundings and look out for maybe some possibly snakes or alligators. Reporting on scene in Lake County, Celeste Springer, Spectrum News.
All right, Celeste, thank you very much for that. Hurricane Ian obviously coming in on the Gulf, but it's going to be felt from coast to coast here in Florida. Coming up, we're going to tell you the impacts on the east coast of Florida and what we're expected to deal with. Let's talk about the here and now, though, with certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick.
Well, Eric, we actually have the eye wall of Ian making land near Sanibel and Captiva Islands right now. That's the eye wall. So what are our local impacts and when can we expect the worst? It's coming up with Weather on the Ones.
Attractions Insider, a weekly Spectrum News podcast with the inside scoop on your favorite Florida attractions. Available now on the Spectrum News app.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps swim spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Alpizar Law has proudly served Brevard County for over 40 years. Our commitment to every client is shown by our dedication to offering the best legal representation. Alpizar Law is also committed to giving back to our community. We've seen the difference a single act of kindness can make in someone else's life. Whether you have a personal injury claim or are one of our many local charities, join us in our continued effort to make Brevard a place we are all proud to call home. Alpizar Law, we're here for you.
Coming into Parish, something that always stands out to me is I don't feel like I'm just a patient here. I feel like I'm a person and I get to tell my story. Dr. Kaido is amazing. She takes her time with her patients and she wants to make sure that we're getting the care that we need.
I think here at Parish, we really try to provide them a true healing experience by not just addressing them as a diagnosis, but addressing them as a person.
I highly recommend to anybody, if you want to have a fabulous birth experience, Parish Medical Center is the place to go.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
Coverage continues. Myself and Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick tracking the storm, getting closer to Sanibel and Captiva.
Yeah, and by the way, we've welcomed Mallory, all fresh and ready to go as we head to the afternoon coverage as well. Now, as it is, you mentioned it's getting close to Sanibel and Captiva. As we take a look at radar, that would be the eye wall, and eventually we'll get the center to cross sometime in the next few hours as this makes its way to the north-northeast. You're going to have the position and the forecast. I want to take a look at Klystron 13, and I'll zoom right on down, show you that we actually have quite a bit of what we call convection, thunderstorm activity around the center of circulation, which when you have a lot of lightning, it indicates that this is a really powerful storm. A weaker storm is not going to have as much lightning with it, but there we go. Again, this is now starting to cross land. Captiva and Sanibel are running right in the middle of your screen here, and so as that eye wall is coming in, it is starting to bring some intense wind, and we do have extreme wind warnings that are in play right now for Charlotte, Sarasota, and I believe Lee County also included in this one. Locally, watching bands of showers and storms. Some of these are starting to rotate a bit. We'll keep an eye on the activity just offshore of Brevard County. As a matter of fact, I want to take a quick look at the velocity as these are coming closer to the shore. Little indications that we could be starting to rotate. And we do have a tornado watch that is in place. And Maureen, that is not the only advisory area-wide at this point.
That's right. Yeah, at 11 o'clock, they extended the hurricane warning, Brian. So for the morning hours, we're talking about the hurricane warning for the I-4 corridor, but it was extended over to Volusia and Brevard counties, meaning the likelihood of tropical storm to hurricane force winds. I should stress that it got changed to hurricane strength winds possible over at the coast. Updated track has it making its way on shore very shortly and then maintaining hurricane strength as it briefly moves over land before becoming a tropical storm. But we can't stress that it's not just a tropical storm. The impacts are going to span, even though we have the storm going down in category, Brian, it's still going to be a serious flood threat for us, a serious tornado threat, and of course the wind.
Yeah, and that's what's increasing this afternoon would be our tornado threat. That's the reason we have the tornado watch, and I have a feeling as we work our way into the evening hours, it's probably going to be extended northward. And you mentioned the flooding. You've been watching models throughout the morning, and what have you been seeing as far as overall? The flood concern obviously very high, but overall rainfall totals.
Yeah, and actually if we want to go back over to this source, I don't know if we have enough time for this or if we should show it next time, but this model, we're seeing just colors we don't normally see in terms of the rainfall amounts. This is projected totals through early Friday. We know it's going to wind down tomorrow, but the prolonged threat is going to be there, especially knowing how much rain we've had lately.
That's right, saturated ground. So, Eric, when we have flooding like this, we get some sustained winds. Unfortunately, the problem will be toppling trees, and we are going to be looking at widespread power outages, probably starting a little later on today. I know we already have some power outages that have been reported down in Osceola County, so anticipate we will start having power outages locally coming up throughout tonight and tomorrow morning.
Yep, we hope people have their batteries and their radios ready to go. Brian, Maureen, thank you very much. We will see you a little bit later on. And I think they brought this point home, and as we have continued to as well, this is not just a West Coast Florida storm. The center is making landfall on the West Coast, but the impacts are going to be far-reaching all the way to the East Coast and beyond, even farther north. And we want to continue our team coverage now. Spectrum News 13's Greg Pallone joining us in Brevard County with much more on what he is seeing in Palm Bay, specifically, West Melbourne.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the flooding on the streets here, Eric, in the Palm Bay area after those rain bands came through earlier. We are on a lull right now, but this is what Lech Avenue looks like. This is just off of Emerson. This is where the street has flooded. We have seen some cars try to navigate their way through here. It's about a half to a foot deep in the middle of this. It is receding at this moment, but again, we are expecting even more rain this afternoon. Let's go ahead and show you some video now of those cars trying to navigate their way into this neighborhood off of Lech Avenue near Emerson. Again, we don't advise driving through this type of water, especially if you don't know how deep it is, but those cars were able to make it through safely. Naturally, some of the bigger trucks, the Jeeps, they can make it through no problem, but some of the lower profile cars lower to the ground are going to have a lot of trouble. So again, it is recommended that you do not drive through the water in this flooded area. We're going to continue to monitor this situation. We'll see if this flooding continues continues as we're expecting more rain here in Brevard County this afternoon. Live in Palm Bay, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News 13.
All right, Greg, thank you very much. Something we learned after Hurricane Irma back in 2017, the vulnerability and the need for safety at long-term care facilities. Many of them evacuated residents to safety. Spectrum News 13's Kate McVeigh spoke to one nursing home resident who is riding out the storm with family.
Like many throughout the Bay Area, the Grady family spent the day shoring up their home.
We're putting everything inside that can go inside, so there's nothing that can fly, we hope.
The plan is to keep the wind and water at bay as Hurricane Ian makes its way to Florida's west coast. They're saying it could be a 100-year storm, but the Gradys have that number beat.
This is my mom, Carolyn Spence.
Carolyn is 101 years old, born the very same year as the last big one to hit Tampa Bay, all the way back in 1921. Of course, she doesn't remember it, but she's lived through quite a few others, and this one gives her pause.
This was a big one. Yeah. It could do a lot of damage.
Which is why Carolyn's assisted living facility on Boca Ciega Bay was evacuated, with residents heading to Orlando for safety. Too far, says daughter Ginny. So she packed up her mom's things to come home.
I brought probably way more than she needed, but if it was going to get flooded, I didn't know how long it would be before she got back in.
They made other accommodations too, like a ramp for Carolyn's wheelchair. But most importantly, the family says they take comfort in being together.
Everything irreplaceable I brought with us. Yeah.
Family ready to weather the storm together. In St. Petersburg, Kate McVeigh, Spectrum News.
Okay, well, if water does get into your home during any kind of storm, it can certainly cause mold if you don't take care of it quickly. Coming up, we'll have some ways to know if you do have a mold issue and some ways to clean it up.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Fun Spot America, where it's always huge fun.
Here are your winning lottery numbers.
Forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
The following portion of Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
John and Kelly use AT&T for their mobile service. Steve and Anna have Spectrum Mobile. Both couples have 2 lines and both get unlimited data and nationwide 5G. What's the difference? John and Kelly pay a lot more with AT&T.
Yeah, and our bill just went up.
Again.
AT&T's costs are rising, up to $12 a month for older family plans.
That's too much. Way too much.
Plus taxes.
And fees.
With Spectrum, there are no added taxes or fees. Go to spectrummobile.com/save to see how much you can save by switching to Spectrum. Steve and Anna save hundreds of dollars a year with Spectrum.
Really? Yes.
And with Spectrum Mobile, you get the most reliable service coast to coast and the speed you need to stream and connect in more places. So, John and Kelly, do you want to save more?
Oh yeah, we are switching to Spectrum.
All right.
Switch and you could save up to 60% on your mobile bill. Call, click, or visit a store today.
My name is Tommy, and I'm a real patient for new teeth now. And every time you go to the dentist, it costs a lot of money. You could save money and you do it one time and you're done. No more bleeding, no more bridges, nothing. Thanks to new teeth now, I love my smile. I don't even feel the different, and it's natural. I eat everything, and I'm always smiling, and I love it. The proof is right here.
Buy
my house. Hello? Buy my house. Oh, hey, buy my house.
Oh, okay, what are you doing?
I'm just letting everyone know that I'm selling my house.
Okay, stop that. That's not how you sell a home. You need marketing, tough guy. Have you canvassed your neighborhood with door hangers and flyers?
No.
Have you sent out targeted mail to potential buyers in the area?
No.
Have you built a dedicated website specifically showcasing your home?
No.
Now, did you know that a homevalue.com agent will do all of this for you?
No.
So, do you think what you're doing right now is smart?
No.
Homevalue.com.
I'm Brian Carrick with Maureen McCann and Mallory Nichols. We're getting Chris some rest because it will be a rather busy night ahead. So sit back at home. Hopefully you are home now. If you know somebody who is out and about, this isn't the time to be out and about. You should be home and in place. And we're going to take you through the entire duration of Hurricane Ian. It is sitting now just off the southwest coast of Florida. Over to Klystron 13 we go. And the eye wall itself is actually crossing over Sanibel and Captiva Islands. So the little stretch of islands here actually looks like the area that we are dealing with the hurricane eye at this point. So as we continue to do so, we'll watch it slide on shore. Notice quite a bit of lightning. For a strong hurricane like this, that is a little more evident. With a weaker hurricane, you're not going to pick up as much lightning. Locally, we'll get ahead and look at what we've got as far as the outer bands. Showers and storms coming on in. Some of them are going to contain rotation today, so keep that in mind. We are in a tornado watch in Orange, Osceola. I believe Seminole and Brevard County are also included in that one. And as these are racing very quickly off toward the shore and coming around, there will be areas of some rotation. Looks like we're about ready to see some stronger wind that would be coming into Melbourne Beach, Satellite Beach, Malabar, Palm Bay. These are all winds in excess of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And again, these are going to race very quickly, not give you much time to prepare. Okay, so let's get into our forecast here, and I'll go county by county in a second. But hey, kids, this is the time to let your parents monitor what is going on with Ian. Gather some good books you've got, maybe start reading. Tammy Fields telling us last night that it would be great to mention kids do your homework. You still have homework to do, I'm sure. Charge up those tablets, make sure they're ready to go because we might lose power. If you want to download a couple of movies, play some games, listen to music, just keep yourself occupied and let your parents take care of the information coming in from Ian. If power goes out, don't run that car in your garage. Keep your generator ventilated. That would be pushing it away from the house and not bringing it inside. And obviously use caution if you start using candles because that becomes a big issue if you forget about those candles. After the storm, let the storm exit the area. Contact your family, friends to make sure they are okay and carefully assess the potential for any damage. Okay, so we've got the eye just offshore coming in towards Sanibel and Captiva. The eventual path does take it up and onshore as a 4 tonight. Still a 3 as it comes in, and it's looking like it's going to be a 3 into probably maybe southern Polk County. We're going to see how long this holds on, and then it rapidly starts to weaken, but it slows down. So by 8 a.m., sitting down over Kissimmee as a tropical storm. But we are going to see continuous wind at that point and some intense wind at times through tonight and into tomorrow. The other big issue, massive amounts of rainfall. We are going to be looking at historic flooding on area rivers as we tally up the potential anyway for 10 to 20 inches of rain in spots, maybe some isolated higher totals. And notice by 7:30 Thursday morning, the eye starting to pull away from the coast. We will see some improving conditions, at least when it comes to the storms and the outer bands. So here we go very quickly. I know I'm going to run a little heavy here. 10 to 12 inches of rain in Osceola County. Winds that will pick up. I think we're going to probably increase those winds just a bit more. Same thing in Orange County, at least 75 mile per hour wind gusts, 10 to 15 inches of rain. We do have that flood watch. Tornado risk here in Seminole County, 12 to 18 inches of rain, gusts 75 to 85 miles per hour. And that's what we're going to end up going with down probably in Osceola and Orange County. Wind gusts of 55 here in Marion Lake and Sumter County, but 12 to 20 inches and 10 to 20 plus in Flagler and in Volusia. This is going to be a flooding issue, big time, and maybe even some surge. 7 to 12 inches in Brevard County, as we expect the potential for some surge as well, anywhere between 2 and 5 feet. There we go, 7-day forecast. Rapid improvement tomorrow night, or I should say Friday night, Saturday and Sunday as the cleanup begins in earnest. We are expecting mainly dry conditions.
All right, Brian, I'm glad you brought up the generator safety again really quickly, because even in a garage, do not put it in your garage. It has to be outside, well away from anything, because we just don't want to be reporting carbon monoxide issues.
That's right. Needs a good ventilated area, and that's away from the house.
Indeed. All right, Brian, we'll see you a little bit later. Thanks so much for the constant updates. All right, well, listen, the storm is not allowing jets to take off. It is not safe. Orlando International Airport's last flight was earlier this morning. Spectrum News 13's Jeff Allen is at the airport. And Jeff, while commercial jets are not happening, the airport is still open.
Eric, technically it will still be open to accept any emergency aid or relief flights that may need to come in or out of here during the storm, but no passengers. In fact, they've closed this area off to passengers here at the front entrance to Terminal A, and this is about as empty as you will see this area. In fact, speaking of empty, look over here to this area where you would normally have those TSA checkpoint lines. There are no lines, nothing going on there, because all of that is now shut down. In fact, all of the ticket counters, check-in areas at the front entrances to the terminals, they are covered up just as a precaution, we're told, in case wind or rain would somehow blow in those front doors of the airport. Jet bridges are tied down, and crews, they are still taking some final steps now to secure the airport so it's ready for the storm.
Everything is out that was going to get out. Right now we're moving a few aircraft around to get them away from the gates, to get them over to the hangars or over onto the ramp and get them secured. So we're in the last minute preparations now for the airport.
Now, the airport authority, this is something they really want to stress. They are stressing to the public that the airport is closed to the public at this time and is not a shelter. Anyone arriving to the airport now will be taken to an approved storm shelter. There's only airport personnel here. They don't want people coming here because they don't have the capacity to deal with that. Now, a big question now, as you see a lot of that red up on the boards there, all of the flights that were going to happen today were canceled. Big question now, when will the airport reopen? Well, they tell us that sometime on Friday is what they're hoping for at this point, but of course that will depend on if there's any major damage to the airport and how long it would take to potentially fix that damage. We'll of course keep you posted on when it reopens. For now, reporting live at Orlando International Airport, Jeff Allen, Spectrum News.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. Our live in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues after the break. This is what it looks like in Naples at the pier. The waves battering the pier badly. Much more coverage coming up.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Toyota of Melbourne, where we have a Toyota for every budget, and every Toyota has a lifetime warranty. Working hard to earn your business.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-400-6949. That's 1-800-400-6949. 1-800-400-6949.
If you have COPD, asthma, chronic bronchitis, or emphysema, we can help you breathe a little easier. Med4Home may be the solution to your breathing problems with our portable nebulizer and medications. Independent studies have shown a nebulizer can be easier to use and more effective than an inhaler. And with Medicare, your nebulizer and medications may be covered by your Part B benefits. We're a specialty pharmacy that has been helping people since 1998. Call Med4Home today and we'll do whatever we can to make things easier. We deal directly with your doctor, handle all the paperwork, deliver to your door with no additional cost for shipping, and our pharmacists and respiratory therapists are there for you 24/7. So call Med4Home now to see how our portable nebulizer and medications can help you breathe easier.
For more information, call 1-800-658-1816. That's 1-800-658-1816.
This is a major, major storm.
Right now, the center of Hurricane Ian is spiraling closer to central Florida.
Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts.
But now is not the time to be scared. It's about staying aware and putting your preparations to work.
And we'll pull together through this.
As Central Florida's only team of dual certified meteorologists are keeping you informed throughout the storm and beyond, covering Hurricane Ian's impact in the Sunshine State right now on Spectrum News 13.
Hello once again, I'm Eric Levy, and thank you for staying with us for our live in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian. And I want to make it clear, we are all going through this. The same rain that you see outside, the same wind that you're hearing, we are seeing it and hearing it too. We have all done our own preparations here at Spectrum News 13. We are just as prepared as you are. So let's continue our team coverage now. Let's get the specifics on the storm right now. There's dual certified chief meteorologist Brian Carrick and dual certified meteorologist Maureen McCann. Hello, friends.
Triple certified meteorologist.
There you
Maureen
go.
McCann.
Yes. Thank you for the clarification on that one.
Certified
Triple.
consulting meteorologist as
Thank
well,
you.
as one of the, if not the only female met in the entire nation with that. All right, so Maureen, we're watching Ian. Now, the eye wall is starting to cross Captiva and Sanibel.
Yeah, we got the report at noon with the position update. We'll get new information in at the top of the hour. But remember that landfall is defined when the center of the eye makes its way on shore. So the center of the eye is still out over the water, but not by much. So we're looking at these bands, Brian, the intense northern eye wall making its way closer to Pineland, Englewood, eventually lifting north towards South Venice, Boca Grande, and there's a lot of lightning too.
Yeah, and that means it's a very powerful storm, and it's holding its own because a weaker hurricane is not going to have as much lightning. But let's take a look at what that means for our area as this makes landfall sometime in the next few hours as a major Category 4 storm. It's going to hold its intensity, but as it crosses land, it will start to weaken. The friction will actually start to kick out some bands that will start to rotate. So we have a tornado threat increasing later this afternoon. But again, this will start to weaken. It's also going to encounter some shear. It's sucking some drier air. Still a hurricane, though, as it crosses over Polk County, and then it starts to weaken. It probably will be a Cat 1 as it makes its way over Kissimmee, and then a tropical storm that very slowly meanders across the area as we work our way through the day tomorrow and tomorrow night. So, Eric, what this means now for us, and we've been discussing this the past few days, our biggest concern will be the flooding threat with copious amounts of rain. Mallory Nichols joining us for team coverage throughout the afternoon, though, and we are going to be here through the duration of this event.
All right, you will, and so will we. Brian and Maureen, thank you very much. So the White House has directed federal resources here to Florida, planning ahead of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. The administration providing 110,000 gallons of gas, 18,000 pounds of propane, as well as generators. They're also sending almost 4 million meals and almost 3.5 million liters of water in Alabama. FEMA also deploying resources here to help. Officials are getting the fuel, generators, food, and water ready to distribute. Search and rescue crews also moving into position. They certainly hope they don't have to put their efforts into effect. But with all of the department's coordination efforts, FEMA's administrator emphasizes with any storm, the most important work begins at home.
We need everyone to heed the warnings of their local officials before, during, and after this storm. These are life-saving messages that simply cannot be ignored.
Well, those life-saving messages include avoiding standing water and keeping your generator, again, outside of your home, not even in your garage. It has to be far away from your home and ventilated away. Very, very important. And our team coverage is continuing this afternoon. Of course, we have our reporters fanned out all across Central Florida. Spectrum News 13's Asher Wildman joining us now in Lakeland. Asher, we saw you last half hour standing in an area where flooding is certainly a potential. What are you seeing there?
Eric, no flooding right now. That's the good news. But what we are seeing now is continued wind starting to pick up. Of course, you can tell by the palms behind me. Good indicator and a good idea of how much wind we are starting to see here in downtown Lakeland. And I gotta want to reference really quickly the 360 area, what we're monitoring here. You can see Lake Mirror now starting to have a little bit of ripples in the water. Also, if you look over those stairs over there, that's where I was standing when I was with you about half an hour ago. You can see the water level has not risen yet. And of course, here in downtown Lakeland, streets are all clear. So we are monitoring the potential flooding we could see here in Lakeland. I can tell you when we drove south from Wildwood this morning, we did see several hundred power trucks ready to go and line crews ready to come out if anybody in the area does lose power. But in the meantime, we are going to monitor the wind as you hear it pick up again behind me. We're going to monitor to see potential flooding that happens here in Lakeland. And right now we are getting a little bit of a steadier rain. It was lighter not too long ago, but now it's starting to get a little heavier. So we're going to continue to monitor all these things in Lakeland. Reporting for Spectrum News, I'm Asher Wildman.
All right, Asher, stay safe. Thank you very much. Of course, we know that there is a concern for storm surge flooding, but inland flooding with that fresh water flooding from the excessive heavy rainfall, certainly very much a concern, especially for those folks living near a body of water. Spectrum News 13's Rebecca Turco continuing our team coverage from a neighborhood in Orlando, historically known for flooding. That is the Orlo Vista community. Rebecca, what are you seeing? I see somebody behind you possibly getting ready.
Eric, good afternoon. Yes, that's really what we're seeing around here. Folks are getting ready. We can see this gentleman here, his home's windows are boarded up, and the weather isn't too bad right now. It's really been ebbing and flowing the past hour. The rain and the wind, not too bad. But the concern here, if we move a little bit this way, is this large retention pond. It's one of several in the community here. And so the concern is with these heavy rains, whether these retention ponds flood. And they have in the past. It certainly caused quite a headache during Hurricane Irma. That's when some 150 people had to be rescued from here. These ponds overflowed. So we caught up with a woman who moved here going on 3 years ago. So she's heard stories about that from her neighbors. This is certainly top of mind for her this go around.
The anxiety level is kind of high, you know, because like I said, me and him, we're just trying to wait and see how it does, and then we're just probably going to leave and go somewhere, probably to find a hotel or something like that.
Now she wants to stay here if she can. She's going to keep an eye on the rain and see what these retention ponds do. We're going to give you updates on how this area is faring. For now, reporting live in Orlando, Rebecca Turco, Spectrum News.
Okay, Rebecca, thank you very much. Hurricane Ian, of course, putting a damper in college football. We'll tell you the contingency plans in place as well for the Tampa Bay Bucks ahead of Hurricane Ian. Coming up first, though, another check of weather. Certified Chief Meteorologist Brian Kirk.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, Maureen McCann and Mallory Nichols joining me as we give Chris a little bit of rest. We are expecting the full force of Hurricane Ian to make itself known over the next few hours on the southwest coast. But what about us? We'll let you know coming in.
For over 40 years, Alpazar Law has been the name Brevard trusts for help after a car crash. Contact us today to discuss your case. Alpazar Law, we're here for you.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile. You could save up to 60% on your monthly mobile bill. Plus, there are no added taxes, hidden fees, and no contracts. Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator. And in 3 easy steps, you'll instantly see how much money you could save by switching to Spectrum Mobile. See for yourself. Visit spectrummobile.com/save today.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Sonata. Get a Hyundai Sonata with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Empowering people out of poverty, helping kids like Grace and her whole community to shine. There's nothing quite like it. At World Vision, we've seen what happens when a child gets clean water or nutritious food, when she feels safe, gets to learn in a classroom, or discovers that she has infinite worth. Together, we're working to help every kid everywhere grow into who God created them to be. Reach out with us today and help people change their own lives for good. Learn more at worldvision.org.
I was crashed into by a semi, bleeding and trapped in my car. I really thought I was going to die. The next day, an insurance person showed up in my hospital room. My wife told me, forget that guy. We're calling attorney Dan Newland. That 1-minute call really saved my life. Dan got me $980,000, and I'm eternally grateful.
If you've been involved in a car accident, allow me to fight for you. Call me now at 407-888-8000.
It is 12:41 here on it's Tuesday or Wednesday today. Everything's blending together. Wednesday, and I'm Brian Carrick with Maureen McCann and Mallory Nichols. Now, we're going to be here throughout tonight, tomorrow, and through the duration of this event because Hurricane Ian is coming towards southwest Florida. The next couple of hours, we'll be looking at a landfall somewhere near Sanibel, Captiva Islands. It's the eye wall that's crossing there now, but official landfall is when the center of the hurricane comes on shore. Probably still a couple of hours, few hours away from that. Let's take you over to our coast. Camera's a little blown out, but I wanted to at least show you the wind is starting to increase. The flags from our Ponce de Leon Landing Park Cam, Melbourne Beach, they are almost going up as that wind starts increasing, and we are going to be watching closely passing areas of showers and storms rotating around today. I'll bring you up to speed on a tornado watch coming up. Again, the eye, it is just offshore. Sanibel, Captiva, Venice is getting lashed out at right now. The next band heading toward Port Charlotte, and all of this is going to be making landfall and heading to the north and east. So let's get a little closer to home. Showers and storms have spread out with heavy rain in parts of Flagler, Volusia, Lake, and Marion County. We'll walk down. We're catching a little bit of a break in parts of Orange, as well as Osceola and Brevard County. I want to take a very quick look at wind just to see if we're watching any rotating areas. At this point, it doesn't look like we've got a bunch of rotating storms, but we will be watching that increase throughout the afternoon, especially just offshore. Notice the lightning count well offshore is starting to come up. All right, so let's get into our forecast. So we're watching this system move into an area where the outer bands will start to rotate. We've got the tornado watch. It's in effect until 5 for Brevard, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Polk County. We also have flood watches area-wide. What's going to happen is as this comes on shore, it's going to slow down quite a bit, and that's going to put down a tremendous amount of rain. Here's the eye, very wide eye, very large storm overall. The eventual path brings it on shore, continues and maintains a Category 3, a major hurricane, at least 1 or 2 counties in. It will be a Category 1 as it comes into Polk, and then it starts to weaken, but probably still a Category 1 hurricane somewhere in northwestern Osceola, Southern Lake, or northern Polk County. And that's why we have the hurricane warning. And that has actually been extended today to include Volusia and Brevard County as the impacts start expanding east. So here we go. In a hurricane warning, you can expect winds of at least 74 miles per hour or higher. At this point, I would not leave home. Wait the storm out and then assess the situation afterward. Tropical storm warnings, by the way, Flagler and Marion over towards Sumter County. So as we progress through the day, rounds of showers and storms. Some of them will contain rotation. All of them will contain heavy rainfall. Notice this is midnight. The eye on this particular model seems a little bit too far south, but then it comes up over Brevard County. But the heavy rainfall continues through at least the first part of tomorrow. A big improvement for the upcoming weekend, though, for the cleanup process to begin.
And that little break in the rain, Brian, certainly going to be help, albeit brief. We will take it. Thank you very much. You know, one of the biggest inconveniences after a storm, the loss of electricity. We want to take a look at Florida's electric grid right now. Spectrum News 13's Molly Durig in the newsroom. Molly, what is the latest that you're seeing right now?
Eric, right now our area here in Central Florida is still holding relatively strong, although we do see this hour that more than 2,000 folks are out of power in Brevard County. That's according to Florida Power and Light. That level of impact is, of course, to be expected with such a powerful storm. Our award-winning team of meteorologists tells us wind remains a serious concern here in Central Florida based on the latest forecast track. Hurricane force winds extend out 40 miles from the storm center, so winds will be a concern regardless of where exactly Ian travels. And Governor Ron DeSantis warned Floridians yesterday about the risk for such heavy impact to the grid.
There's going to be widespread power outages, and those power outages are going to occur not just in Southwest Florida, but in other portions of the state. Of course, it's a priority to give those linemen the ability to get in there and restore that, but people should just be prepared. There's going to be damage to infrastructure with a storm of this nature, and power and communications and all those things can be affected.
The southern part of the state is definitely feeling it right now, with widespread outages reported by Florida Power and Light. In the last hour, we've seen that thousands of folks are out of power in Broward, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade counties. And along with the governor, utility companies are stressing power outages are to be expected, and crews will only be able to respond to those outages once it's safe for them to be outside. Eric.
All right, Molly Durig in the newsroom. Molly, thank you very much. Of course, the other coast of Florida feeling some big impacts from Ian. Tornado damaged actually several hangars and aircraft in Broward County. The mayor said it tore through North Perry Airport yesterday. The State Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie's been busy with the governor, issuing a warning about overnight tornadoes, which could happen again tonight in parts of the state. Well, our certified meteorologists, our dual and triple certified meteorologists, are saying that tornadoes associated with hurricanes can occur hundreds of miles from the center of the storm. Typically are short-lived and are difficult, though, to predict. And, of course, those nighttime storms, well, you can see what some of them can do. And tornadoes could also become an issue for parts of Central Florida today and tomorrow. Well, you know, the Tampa Bay Bucks, they had to make some contingency plans ahead of the storm, and they exercised such plans. They left Tampa yesterday. They're in Miami-Dade County leading up to Sunday's game against the Chiefs. So they're practicing at the Dolphins Baptist Health Training Complex today. And as of right now, though, the game against the Chiefs still scheduled for 8:20 Sunday evening at Raymond James Stadium, hoping the stadium is not going to suffer any damage. Well, college football schedules also had to be shifted. The game between SMU and UCF moved to Sunday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The location of the University of South Florida and East Carolina University game will switch from Tampa to Boca Raton. And kickoff for the University of Florida versus Eastern Washington University now set to take place Sunday at noon instead of Saturday. So some minor moves, but still something football fans need to know. And we need to keep you posted, of course, on what's happening with the storm. Shelters in Central Florida, they are open to keep you safe. We'll go over some of those when our live in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues.
Save thousands at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this weekend at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Major brands of quality hot tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas ready for immediate delivery. Financing is available at the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo this Friday through Sunday.
Two things you can always count on with hurricane season. Every hurricane is different.
Bystron 13 actually able to pick up on those out of rain bands.
And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm.
We are monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic.
Tracking storms coast to coast with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared. The weather experts only on Spectrum News 13, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-400-6949. That's 1-800-400-6949. 1-800-400-6949.
Don't miss the Hot Tub and Swim Spa Blowout Expo this Friday through Sunday at the Merritt Square Mall, Merritt Island. Relaxation, rehabilitation, or recreation. Unbeatable prices on major brands of hot tubs and quality swim spas that will save you time and money compared to an in-ground pool.
Here at 12:51, I'm Brian Carrick with Maureen McCann and Mallory Nichols. We've got Chris catching some rests because it's going to be a long night. So hopefully you've got yourself some rest as well. That's what I need you to do. I need you to be sure you're rested. Make sure you're keeping yourself hydrated and have those snacks handy as well, as Ian is now spreading its eye wall across Captiva and Sanibel and making its way in our general direction. Okay, let's get outside. We do have some outer bands that are impacting us right now. This is a live shot from our RP funding cam in Sanford. Trees are starting to sway at some of these outer bands that are rolling on by us. And as we take a look at what we've got going on Klystron 13, those outer bands will become more numerous this afternoon as the center starts coming on shore. We've got a lot of friction going on. But overall, we take a look at Klystron 13. Let me turn the lightning back on here, because what this storm is doing is it is creating quite a bit of lightning near the center of circulation. It just shows the power, because a weaker hurricane is not going to have as much lightning. And notice the latest flare-up over here toward Cape Coral and Sanibel and Captiva. This is the outer eye. It is now crossing and starting to make land. But once the center of circulation makes it to land, that is when we have a landfalling hurricane. So that will be occurring over the next couple of hours. Locally, I mentioned bands of showers and storms. Heavy rainfall in parts of Volusia, Marion, Lake, and Seminole County. We've got a really good cluster here. I want to pause down, get rid of lightning, and see what we've got in the wind. If we've got anything rotating here in Brevard County. Not seeing anything that stands out right now, but you are getting in on some very, very heavy rainfall. And that's going to be our biggest concern out of Ian as it passes across our area. So kids, this is that time to just let your parents do the monitoring of Ian. Get yourself, dive into a good book, maybe do your homework, charge up your tablets and your phones, download a movie so that once the storm gets here a little closer, you are completely distracted from this. Play games, listen to music, watch your movies. Just let your parents monitor what's going on. We do have a tornado watch in effect for Orange, Seminole, Brevard, Osceola County, and I have a feeling that's going to get extended north. The highest impacts for us will be tonight through Thursday evening. Major flooding is a big concern. Okay, if the power goes out, don't run that car in your garage. Keep the generator ventilated. Keep it away from the house. Do not bring your generator inside, and be careful when using candles. As far as after the storm, let the storm exit, then contact your friends and family and carefully, very carefully assess the damage. This is going to be a little longer term event. Ian, as I mentioned, very large eye, very large storm overall. The eye wall now crossing over the islands, Captiva and Sanibel. This is going to make landfall in the Charlotte Harbor area near Port Charlotte, and it's going to remain a major hurricane for at least a county, or maybe even a couple counties in. Then it starts to weaken as it encounters shear and land. Friction itself going to start to spread this out just a bit. At that point, the wind will start spreading out. It looks like a Category 1 up to Polk County, maybe as far north as Orange and Osceola County. That would be tomorrow morning before sunrise, and slowly meandering as it continues. Let's get a little closer. You saw really bright colors there. That would be the higher moisture content in the atmosphere, as this brings us a tremendous amount of rain. Hurricane warnings in effect. Volusia, Brevard, into Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Lake, and Polk. Tropical storm warnings surrounding the storm itself. Again, I is going to make landfall this afternoon, and then it begins its approach tonight. So I want you inside and not outside at all after sunset, okay? And I'd hope you're at home right now and just continue to watch. We're going to be here throughout the day, tonight and tomorrow. By tomorrow afternoon, the storm starts pulling away. The good news is that we might see it pick up just enough steam to get out of here tomorrow night into Friday. And then we can clean up. The cleanup process will begin in earnest this weekend. And right now, we quickly diminish rain to almost nothing both Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, our in-depth team coverage continues now in southern Hillsborough County. Dozens of folks lined up for gas, but not for their vehicles. It was for propane. A local supermarket owner offered the propane from his tank for cheap, just to help people out. Spectrum News 13's Fallon Silcox tells us how.
Salah Hijez owns this Mexican supermarket in Ruskin. While he has his usual customer base, today he's seeing a lot of new faces.
Everybody else just coming from Ruskin, Jefferson, coming from Village, all this area.
Propane is selling out at some stores, but Salah has this huge tank in his parking lot. He expects to fill at least 1,000 tanks today alone, including Theodora's.
We just come to get some propane gas for if in case we have nothing to cook, they take the electricity.
She's from the island of St. Lucia. She says she's been through a lot of really bad storms, but this will be her and her daughter's first here in Ruskin. So they're trying to prepare as best they can.
We buy enough food, we have enough water, we bought up our house, so if anything happens, we're going to leave before.
With so many of his customers in similar situations, Salah says he kept his propane prices low at $14.99 to refill because he says this is his community too.
We don't take advantage because a lot of people, when something happens like this, take advantage, put the price up. We keep the price $14.99. It's not important we make money, it's just important we help people. Thank you.
Salah says neighbors should always be willing to lend a helping hand, especially in times like this.
Thank you.
In Ruskin, I'm Fallon Silcox, Spectrum News.
Good afternoon, Central Florida. Here's what's happening in our community, brought to you by the expert injury attorneys at Todd Minor Law.
I was driving home from practice and I remember seeing this car coming right towards me and a huge loud. I knew with my injuries that I wasn't going to be able to play. Having my career cut short by a drunk driver was the worst part of my life. I knew if there was, one firm to get me justice and to get me compensated for that, it was going to be Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan has definitely really helped me in the toughest, darkest moments of my life. Those guys were there for me. I'm Chandler Parsons and I chose Morgan & Morgan.
You better move if you wanna go. Go ahead, yeah, on a roll. Turn up, yeah, listen to it. You better do it if you're gonna do it. Yeah, I never seen something like this, no. Never seen nothing.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson. Get a Tucson with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Worried about your roof? Universal Roof and Contracting is on the way. With our Platinum Protection Warranty Program, you can be confident that your forever home has a forever roof. And right now, save on roof repairs and roof replacements, plus get 0% financing.
I'm Jade with Universal Roof and Contracting. A new Universal Roof will be your forever roof.
5-star rated. Universal Roof and Contracting. We're on the way. UniversalRoof.com.
Chief Val Demings.
An impressive history of public service.
Protect and serve Florida, that's what I've done. As a police officer and as chief.
Under her leadership,
crime is down 40%.
The most dramatic decrease in violent crime.
In the Senate, I'll protect Florida from bad ideas, like defunding the police. That's just crazy. I am Val Demings, and I approve this message because Florida, it's time to send a cop on the beat to the Senate.
This is a major, major storm.
Right now, the center of Hurricane Ian is spiraling closer to central Florida.
Floridians up and down the coast are already feeling the storm's painful impacts.
But now is not the time to be scared. It's about staying aware and putting your preparations to work.
And we'll pull together through this.
As Central Florida's only team of dual certified meteorologists are keeping you informed throughout the storm and beyond, covering Hurricane Ian's impact in the Sunshine State right now on Spectrum News 13.
Sorry about that. Had to step out of the studio, turn the mic off. Now we'll turn it back on and we'll start over again. It is 1 o'clock. Thank you for staying with us here on Spectrum News 13. Gotta love live TV. Let's get the latest right now on Hurricane Ian as it is beginning to show signs of making landfall in southwest Florida. Certified Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick is joining us now.
Yeah, Eric, a couple of things. We have the outer eye wall actually making land over Sanibel Captiva, but it's the center of circulation, the hurricane's eye, that needs to come on shore for an official landfall. That will occur in the next couple of hours. Our biggest concern right now locally is the tornado watch in place for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard County. As we take a look at Clystron 13, a new tornado warning that is just butting up against Osceola County. Again, the outer bands around Ian are going to create some rotation today, so we're going to be keeping a very close eye on the possibility of some tornadoes.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much. Of course, as you just saw on Clystron 13 radar, the worst of the storm now being felt on the west coast of Florida. Sarasota County getting a good lashing from the storm. Spectrum News 13's Jason Lanning is in Sarasota County with the latest on what he is seeing.
We are now starting to see several hurricane-force wind gusts here in Sarasota County. We are very close to the Barrier Island Bridge of Siesta Key. That bridge now shut down. Photographer Chris McDonald is going to zoom out and give you a wider perspective of where we are. He has some nice cover to keep the gear safe, but you can see winds are getting very gnarly very quickly. Sustained winds right now, not inside of these rain bands, are only about 35 miles an hour, but the gusts, those dangerous wind gusts, are starting to pick up. Want to take you to some video shot of the past couple of hours about a mile away from where we are hunkered down at our hotel, and you can see Barrier Island bridges shut down. Power lines starting to come down across the area. About 40,000 people without power right now here in Sarasota County. And emergency management, although tells us that they have not seen any big localized flooding just yet, they are monitoring for that very...
And that is just shy.
Okay, we're going to have an update right now. We'll get Jason Lanning in our next hour, but let's go to the governor. He has some new information.
There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down, and at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime time on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is past and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water, stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all down power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places stage. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which is a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoist, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and will request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many, many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really, really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state, and those linemen and other associated personnel hail from from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how important it is to get those roadways clear as soon as possible. Supplies will be brought in by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. Airports in Southwest Florida do have teams behind, and they are going to work to clear those runways as soon as the storm has passed. We appreciate the Florida National Guard's really impressive mobilization of over 5,000 folks, as well as 2,000 additional guardsmen from other states. They have 9 Chinook helicopters ready to go. An additional 22 helicopters will be coming in after landfall that will be here within the next 24 hours. Kevin will talk a little bit more about this, but we have the 5 urban search and rescue teams. You'll hear from FWC about what they're doing, high water vehicles from Florida Highway Patrol, and of course our Coast Guard partners. There is going to be a massive effort as soon as it passes Southwest Florida to be able to get out, recon the area, and identify areas where there may be a need of rescue services. And some of these counties obviously know where residents decided to hunker down in, so they're going to be looking there first. But this is going to be really, really important to be able to get. I think in Hurricane Michael, I mean, it took a few days to be able to get into Mexico Beach. We have the air assets to be able to recon and know where the response efforts need to go. And so in total, we have nearly 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already in the major impacted areas and nearly 50 that are staged and ready to come in as needed. These include smaller rescue-oriented boats, airboats, and larger boats that will be delivering supplies by water if need be. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent us support, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I just spoke with Kay Ivey from Alabama, and she's supporting sending some Black Hawk helicopters down to help. Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee fast-tracked a request that we had from Tennessee. We appreciate that. I was also just able to speak with John Bell Edwards from Louisiana. They've helped us. We said, hey, we've got a lot of experience in hurricanes recently, so these guys are good. Ask us. We want to send more. And so we really appreciate that consideration. And if we need that, we certainly will do that. We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance. So the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support, like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation, if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, and that's at www.volunteerflorida.org, www.volunteerflorida.org, and you can look to see of the volunteer opportunities. This is going to be a rough patch here for the rest of today and into tomorrow, but we understand how significant this storm is. Yes, there'll be an immediate response. Yes, yes, there will be things that happen with recovery. Eventually, there won't be much media attention on this as the weeks and months go on. But we understand a storm of this magnitude is going to require an effort over an extended period of time. Those are good folks down in Southwest Florida. They've got really great, thriving communities. This is not anything anyone wants to deal with. It's not something we certainly asked for, but we're going to step up. We're going to be there for folks, and we're going to make sure that folks get back on their feet, and Southwest Florida comes back better than ever. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian is approaching landfall as a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour in Lee and Charlotte counties. At this time, the division has received nearly 1,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and 864 of those are either in process or completed. We are working as quickly as we can to address the needs of those impacted areas. This morning I talked with each and every local emergency manager in the direct path of the storm. If you are sheltering in place in the path of the storm, we're asking you to now please visit floridadisaster.org/info and fill out our shelter-in-place survey. Again, that is floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. The shelter-in-place survey is designed to provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your families as soon as possible. This is primarily for those who did not evacuate, so that we know where you're at. This is not a substitute for 911. If you have an immediate need and you need first responder assistance, you need to dial 911. Please understand that those 911 services may not be able to come to you right now, but again, if you need emergency services, dial 911. Even if it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. I encourage that Fort Myers area, as the eye wall starts to come on shore, if everything stops, the storm is not over. If you can hear us, if you can see us on your TV, you're most likely to have bright, sunshiny area here very soon. You are in the eye of the storm. Stay inside. Stay indoors. Do not go outside. You do not know when that eye wall will collapse. So please stay safe. Avoid down power lines and down trees and standing water when it is over. Use extreme caution. If you see any type of line, do not cut them. Do not cut fiber optic lines. Fiber optics are the backbone of our communication system that allows us to have connectivity for your cellular devices on wireless networks. It provides access to the internet. It provides access to social media. Please do not cut fiber optic lines. To the communities beginning to experience these devastating impacts of Hurricane Ian, know that the state of Florida is standing with you. We have plenty of resources to respond to your need. We have thousands of boats on the ground. We have thousands of boots on the ground. We're ready to assist you. We will make sure that all available resources are used to help you through this difficult time. Please do everything you can right now to stay safe. Thank you, Governor, very much for the opportunity to be here and be your director.
Thank you. All right, Colonel Roger Young, Director of the Division of Law Enforcement, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Director, for your leadership and support as always, but especially during these trying times. So on behalf of the FWC, I'm Colonel Roger Young, and know that the men and women of the FWC send our prayers and support to all those in the path of the storm at this time. But also know that the FWC officers across the state are prepared, trained, and ready for a full response to this storm. We have 100 officers outside of the affected area ready to respond with high water vehicles and specialized equipment and vessels. We also have 250 vessels staged already inside the affected area that will be ready and utilized for response to this storm. So just know that we appreciate all the support that we're getting, but officers will be ready to respond in this time. just want to say thanks to everyone, and the FWC officers will be ready for response. Thank you.
Okay, Agency for Healthcare Administration, we have our Secretary, Simone Marstiller.
Governor, thank you very much for your leadership. Director Guthrie, you as well. Good afternoon. As the eye of Hurricane Ian makes landfall, all healthcare facilities have made the necessary preparations and stand ready for Ian's impact. Since the beginning of the emergency, our agency has been focused on the safety and well-being of residents and patients and hospitals and long-term care facilities. We've activated the health facility reporting system, and we've requested and still do request that all healthcare facilities continue to report their census, their available beds, their evacuation status, and their generator status information. And that includes even facilities that might be outside of the impacted areas, because we need to be sure that we can provide the necessary resources to assist everyone when the time comes for response and recovery. As of today, ACA's teams have coordinated with our licensed healthcare facilities in evacuating more than 7,000 patients and residents from 150 facilities. Additionally, our team has activated the Emergency Patient Lookup System, or E+. This system allows special needs shelters in impacted areas to retrieve patient medical records and help medical providers and emergency response personnel to locate missing or displaced persons after the storm. We also have nearly 400 ambulances, paratransit buses, and support vehicles standing by to respond to the areas of impact. In addition to ACA's team's regular visits to all of our licensed healthcare facilities, we have completed more than 343 additional on-site visits to our nursing homes and assisted living facilities within the cone of expectance to verify generator compliance in response to Hurricane Ian. Today, and I know you've heard the governor say this over the last few days, but 100% of our operating long-term care facilities have generators on site. We've also worked very closely with our partners at the Florida Hospital Association, the Florida Healthcare Association and Leading Age, Florida Senior Living, and the Florida Assisted Living Associations, and we've activated, working with them, the Patient Movement Mission. We know that facilities are currently bracing for impact as Hurricane Ian is anticipated to make landfall here shortly. Following the storm, the Agency for Healthcare Administration stands ready to immediately deploy our surveyors for on-site visits to the impacted facilities. During these visits, we will ensure that each facility is maintaining an appropriate temperature for residents and that all other conditions in those facilities are safe for residents. If you are a patient or resident or family member of someone in one of our long-term care facilities or any other healthcare facility, and you experience any issues during the storm that are related to that facility or your stay there or the service, please know that you can lodge a complaint with the Agency for Healthcare Administration on our website, and that's ahca.myflorida.com, using our online complaint portal. If you are a licensed healthcare provider and experience any issues during the storm, please, of course, notify your local emergency manager, but also please report through our health facility reporting system immediately so that we know exactly what your status is and what we need to do to provide you the resources and help that you need. Moving forward, the agency will continue to require these kinds of status reports for power outages, bed availability, and other needs. This has truly been a collaborative effort, and I and my team appreciate all of the work that our agency partners have been putting in. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. So as we see power outages accumulate over the next day, 2 days, the crews that are assembled, massive numbers of people, one of the first orders of business, restore power, fuel, all the essentials. Not every power outage is going to be created equal across the state over the next 2 days. When you have a storm coming in at 155 miles an hour, that's not just going to knock down a few power lines. Yeah, it's going to do that, but it also has the potential to really uproot a lot of the infrastructure that makes people connected and that is used to deliver power to people. And so that will just require a reconstruction of that, and that's something that can be done. But it's not as easy as just simply hooking up a down power line back into place. And so as you get more severe wind impacts, more powerful storm, the storm surge, that's where you're in jeopardy of seeing a lot of that infrastructure disrupted in a way that will require more than just simply rehooking it. It's also the case that you may have homes and or businesses that are not going to be able to take the power because of changes to what's happened to their structures. So just keep that in mind. The folks that are staged are mindful of those different things. They want to get in as soon as possible, assess the damage, and help do the restoration efforts. Some of that may just be typical repair, but some of it may be more in the line of reconstruction. So just be prepared for that. I mean, we've been saying that there was going to be, significant power outages with a storm of this magnitude. That's just the reality. So it's going to pass today from Southwest Florida. As soon as it's safe to go in, there's going to be people. I've already talked to a lot of the locals. They know where they need to look to see the damage assessments, to look to see where people may be in harm's way. Obviously, folks at the state level are going to be doing the same thing, and it's important. And we want to make sure, obviously, save people that may need to be rescued, but then get these services started again, because we need to get people back on their feet as soon as possible. Okay, with that, I'll take some questions.
Governor, you mentioned that there were some people that have chosen not to stay, that lived in that were staying in evacuation areas. Do you have any sense?
They chose to stay, you mean?
That chose to stay even though they're in evacuation areas. Do you have any sense as to how many people that is? I know you're doing a survey.
Well, that's voluntary in terms of who wants to participate in that. I just spoke with the Charlotte County Sheriff, which is, of course, going to be probably ground zero for this landfall, and it's their view that the vast majority of people in that Zone A did, in fact, evacuate. Now, they have an island community where they had 31 people that were told, were offered, the transit, and they just said that they wanted to stay and shelter in place. And so I know a lot of those barrier island communities, the counties discontinued services, so they were incentivized to get in maybe a more comfortable environment, but some of those people just made that decision to stay, and they, the local officials were not going to grab them by the shirt collar and drag them out of their own house, and so they did that. And look, we've been saying that if you're in an evacuation zone, once that order is made, you're risking potentially your life by staying, and people did that. Nevertheless, as much as you may disagree with that decision, if there's people in harm's way when this storm passes that need help, we're going to be out there helping folks. I mean, that's just the way we're going to do it, and I know that the folks down there in Charlotte and the surrounding counties feel the same way, and there's a lot of resources that have been brought to bear to do just that. Yep, go ahead.
At this point, Governor, have you heard anything about, and I know it's early, so probably too soon to tell, but no fatalities, any serious injuries, anything like that associated with this one?
Kevin, I have not gotten a report on that yet.
We did have 2 people transported on the 20th last night.
Question for Secretary Marsteller. Of those 150 facilities, how many were hospitals, and do you have a sense of how many patients within those hospitals that would encompass?
The most recent information that I have, 15 hospitals evacuated, and that amounts to roughly 350 patients. Yeah.
It's interesting. Of course, you guys have been following the track. I mean, it was going to be maybe North Florida, then the Tampa. People were talking about one of the worst case scenarios. Of course, it's gone down. My view on that is wherever it hits, if you're in that community, it's probably worst case scenario for you. So I don't necessarily use those. But when it was the Tampa, I spoke with the CEO of Tampa General, and they have a fortification system of their hospital that can withstand like 10, 15 feet of storm surge. And so they do that so that they can keep the patients there, because if you don't have that and you're in a low-lying area, you got to do the evacuations. A number of the hospital systems have done that, who are in those low-lying areas. I think particularly in the Tampa area, I know we had a lot of special needs evacuations, as we should have. I mean, you got to take the information that you have, and they're going to feel effects from this, but my hope is that those patients are going to be able to be brought back as soon as that storm is passed, and I don't anticipate major structural damage would be my hope in some of those areas.
So how many individual...
I probably do have it.
Sorry, Marilyn. You don't have a take on evacuations for Cape Coral. Just looked on. If you look at the storm surge diagrams that NWS has, it looks like there's a lot of the storm surges in that area. Sanibel and Captiva are getting hammered right now. I'm just wondering how evacuation efforts went there as they embrace the eye.
Again, all of those individuals were under evacuation orders. We don't actually have the numbers of what the percent was that evacuated versus those that didn't. I would imagine, since most of that same area went through Charlie, they probably evacuated. Again, Charlie was a fraction of the size of this particular storm, but I would imagine that most people that have lived through that, they went ahead and evacuated.
I think another issue is just, there were people that evacuated Tampa Bay to Fort Myers because you see the different weather tracks, and it was thought that it would hit Tampa, maybe go up the coast, and that was not that long ago. I mean, that was, 36, 48 hours ago. You go back another 12, 24 hours from that, it was going to hit Taylor County. And so I think that some of the folks in Southwest Florida, because so much focus was on Tampa, then when it says, actually it may be coming here, I do think some heeded the warnings, but I think it's because the forecast can kind of be all over the map, that sometimes people say, well, you said it was there, then you said it was there. I think in the future, we tried to stress the uncertainty. When you have a model taking it to Louisiana and another model taking it to Sarasota, and then you just kind of meet, it's not probably the ideal situation. Now that we're close, once you're within 72, certainly 48, those are very accurate forecasts. But before that, there's just so much uncertainty. But I think sometimes people think, well, you said it was going to be here, and then now you're saying it's going to be here. So we'll see how it goes. I know the folks in Lee County, once that forecast changed, I know they acted very quickly, as they should have, and I know that they provided people with an ample opportunity to be able to evacuate. I do think some heeded it, some did not and chose to hunker down, and hopefully, the people that made that choice, that it works out favorably for them.
Issues are going to be specifically for the Tampa Bay area when it comes to rescue efforts from the state. What do you think the biggest issues
in the Tampa Bay area for rescue? Well, obviously we have enough assets and we understand that this is a big impact, that the rescue efforts are not going to be limited to one municipality or one county. You're going to potentially have more. My hope is that you're not going to need massive rescue efforts the further away you are from the storm. I also have a huge amount of confidence in the folks in the Tampa Bay area. You look at the sheriff's departments, these are very first-rate operations. They have excellent ability to respond to that. Kevin will be here. Our folks will be here if needed, but our sense is that the further away from the storm, probably the local responders are going to be able to handle that. Here in Southwest Florida, you're going to have all those local responders out, but then you're also going to have all this support, Coast Guard, FWC, you're going to have National Guard. This is a really, really concerted effort, and that's just the reality when you have such a significant impacted spot. So hopefully they don't need us to fleet resources up. We will do it if there is really significant. But you look at the guys they got up there, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Manatee. Those are really, really professional operations. Did you want Shimon, you said?
I did.
Okay.
Just one follow-up question. You mentioned that there were 150 facilities with evacuated patients, and 15 of them are hospitals. How many nursing homes patients were involved in? And there's always the issue of transfer trauma in transfer of an evacuation. How many what are you doing to kind of anticipate that trauma on those individuals?
Well, to answer your how many question first, nursing homes that have been evacuated, at least, again, most recent information I have, 40, ALFs 91, the number of nursing home residents 3,508. Number of ALF residents 3,012, and that's the most recent information I have as of probably 10 o'clock or so this morning, remembering that the facilities are self-reporting into our health facility reporting system. Now, to answer your other question, the Agency for Healthcare Administration has many partners involved in the effort to move patients when they need to be moved. Not only do the facility staff have a role to play, but all of the associations that I mentioned earlier, right? So the Hospital Association, Healthcare Association, Leading Age, all of those individuals are directly, they directly work with their member facilities, so nursing homes and ALFs. So it's a coordinated effort to make sure that the individuals can be placed in the right location for them, keeping in mind their health needs. Our health facility reporting system is also used to find where there are vacancies in other facilities. Many of these nursing homes in particular, have sister facilities elsewhere in the state. So it makes that kind of transfer a lot easier and less stressful on the individuals who have to change their environment.
So we'll have another update in another few hours. I'll just say it seems like over the last 12 to 24 hours, every time you look at this storm, it's just been bad news. It gets stronger, it gets larger, and we really appreciate people's concern for Florida. We do appreciate the prayers. I'm going to be saying prayers that the folks there are able to get through this as best as humanly possible. This is a really, really significant storm. It will be one of the storms people always remember when they think about Southwest Florida, probably be the big one that they always remember. And if you know anything about our state, you go to Panama City, that Michael is just part of the DNA of the community. Homestead, Hurricane Andrew is just part of the DNA of the community. This Ian is going to rank up there with that. So we need the thoughts and prayers over the near term, and then there's going to be a huge effort on the back end to help people and to get the communities back on their feet. Thank you.
I really do think the governor is right. Folks in Southwest Florida are going to remember Hurricane Ian for many, many months, if not years to come. They're going to remember where they were when the storm made landfall. Here in Central Florida, we'll probably be talking about this as well. Obviously, the impacts are not going to be anywhere to what they're seeing down in Southwest Florida right now, with winds well over 100 miles per hour, but it is still quite a storm. Power outages obviously are going to be a possibility, and that is why the governor said line workers are ready in 30 different areas across the state from 27 different states. And they're also going to be checking on the assisted living and nursing facilities to make sure that the temperature inside those facilities, for one thing, is at a safe level. But again, it is a very difficult situation, and our thoughts and prayers going to those folks in Southwest Florida. Originally, it did look like it was going to go into Tampa Bay, and it was going to flood Tampa Bay. Take a look at this video. Anything but. People are actually walking in Tampa Bay. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this same thing happened during Irma, but this storm actually pulled the water out of Tampa Bay, and it was enough that it got people walking in the muck and the mud. Quite a sight to be seen right there. Certified Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick joining us now. And Brian, yeah, that storm, quite a storm down in Southwest Florida. I was looking at some video from one of the stations down there. Lots of flooding.
Yeah, and Eric, that phenomena, by the way, in Tampa Bay, is they get an offshore flow. All that water is just pushed out of the bay. It will come back in, so obviously people need to be paying attention. It's not a tsunami type of situation, but it is being all pushed out of the bay at this time. I want to give you a look at Klystron in just a second. Klystron Clystrand 13. We did have a gust at Naples Grand Beach Resort of 112 miles per hour not too long ago. This is still a Category 4 storm with winds to 155, moving to the north-northeast. It looks like it's maybe picking up a little bit of speed, still about 9 miles per hour, but it will start to slow down. Let's start locally, and then we'll get into the broad picture, because we do have storms that are rotating around Ian, and each squall that comes on in, if we could go ahead and take the camera, each squall that moves on in is going to actually have the potential to produce brief tornadoes. In tropical storms and hurricanes, these are fast moving. They could be moving at between 30 and 60 miles per hour. I believe during Irma, we had some of these cells that were moving at upwards of 70 miles per hour, so it doesn't give you much time to prepare. That's why we're hoping that you're home right now. This is a live shot from our Ponce de Leon Landing Park cam, Melbourne Beach. I'm going to have somebody take a look at this camera to figure out why it's kind of blown out, but it actually shows that wind that is really starting to howl. So current wind gusts, they have been up over 25. I guarantee that now in Melbourne, but we are getting gusts now 30 to 40 across the I-4 corridor and down into Kissimmee. So wind is going to crank up, and we're also going to see those rain bands start to increase, and our tornado potential will start to increase as well. It's at its highest right now in Osceola and Brevard County, but we have the tornado watch that has been extended, and actually it's been in effect this morning through 5 o'clock for Seminole and Orange. And I almost guarantee we will see this extend out even more as we head toward the evening and overnight as Ian makes its approach and makes landfall. So let's get over to Clystrand 13, and I'll show you right now the center of circulation. It is just to the southwest of Charlotte Harbor. We'll zoom on in, and Maureen was telling me this actually produced some hail in the outer eye wall, which is not a common thing, but it did have some hail. We've got a really good flare-up of thunderstorm activity and convection on the outer band here. The eye wall itself in Port Charlotte, the eye wall has now crossed and is now entering land, but it's not until the center of Ian makes land that we have a landfall, and that will be coming in the next couple of hours. Heavy rainfall here as we zoom on into parts of Volusia, Marion County, Brevard. You're all picking up some very heavy rain at this point. Stronger storms that are starting to develop here across parts of Orange and Osceola, Brevard County. I want to stop very quickly. I want to see if we've got anything rotating. Nothing is jumping out at me right now, but again, we do have that potential as the afternoon progresses. So here is Ian. We'll zoom in, show you the eye on a satellite. It is a wide eye, and it is wobbling toward Charlotte Harbor and expected to make landfall. Let's take a quick look as we get into tonight. Should be still passing through a couple of counties along the coast as a major hurricane, and then eventually probably a Cat 1 as it crosses up over Polk into Osceola, maybe southern Orange, and then evolving into a tropical storm. But Eric, you know what? It's still going to be a very powerful, very large storm as it rolls over our entire area. And I think the biggest concern for us will be flooding, as we expect anywhere from 8 to 20, maybe 24 inches of rain in some spots before all is said and done on Friday.
And if I can throw a question at you really quickly, Brian, with this kind of rain that we are expected to see here in Central Florida as we get closer to our dry season, what would that do with our dry season?
Really not going to have an impact because, you know, we have such sandy soil.
Okay.
This is right now going to impact us in that everything is saturated to a point where the water is standing. And the problem now is that we're going to start to tip trees over in that wind.
Yes.
And we're already seeing some trees, some of the older ones, starting to come down. The power outages are starting to increase. Molly Durg is going to have more on that coming. But when we go into dry season, we're going to start to transition to dry weather, which means the ground will dry out fairly fast. And then we'll start into our cold fronts that progress across the area, bringing us our rain every week or two. But that, we're still about 2 weeks, 3 weeks away from the official start of dry season. Let's hope it comes a little sooner rather than later.
And you were mentioning the tree trimming that was happening in my neighborhood, hopefully to alleviate some of those power outages. Brian, thank you very much. Again, the west coast of Florida seeing some of the worst conditions right now. We want to continue our team coverage. Spectrum News 13's Fadia Patterson is in Tampa Bay. Fadia, I can see behind you more of that incredible sight, the water actually getting pulled out of the bay, and I can see that right behind you. It's a really interesting thing to see.
Check. I have this. I hear myself. Hey there, I've been here at Bayshore Boulevard all morning where we're seeing that the weather has dramatically changed. We're seeing that the winds have picked up and rain is much heavier than it was earlier. We're seeing that the water has also receded here on Bayshore Boulevard. Earlier we saw folks walking along this area where the shoreline once was. Now it is several feet away from the seawall. We spoke to someone earlier who says that he wanted to come out here to experience this firsthand.
Okay, and you have to accept our apology with this. When the storm is out in full force where Fadia is, you have to know that the wind is blowing right at her ear, and she wears one of these earpieces where she can hear. But when the wind and the rain gets in there, it really makes it difficult to hear. So we're going to be checking back in with her. We'll reestablish a connection. But in any case, you can see what she was talking about. The water has actually been pulled out of the area, and earlier it was bringing a lot of people out. It looked like there weren't as many people out there now. Brian was talking about the water eventually will flow back in. Again, power outages, a real threat and really happening across parts of Florida, undoubtedly down in southwest Florida and the west coast. But some of that could be happening here in central Florida. Spectrum News 13's Molly Durig is in the newsroom right now. Actually, you're in the weather center. Sorry about that, Molly. It looks like you've moved, but your story's still the same. What are you seeing with the power outages?
Yeah, Eric, so right now our immediate area here in the immediate Orlando metro area is still holding pretty strong. I'm going to show you where we're seeing the majority of power outages at the moment. Right now that is Brevard. As you can see, 3,000 people without power at the moment. Up here in Volusia County, not nearly as many. We've got only 100 there. Here in Orlando, it's similar. It's, I believe it's 100 outages and a little bit more than that down here in Osceola County. Well, a minute ago it was about 200. But as you can see, more or less holding strong in our immediate area. But again, Brevard County is where you want to be looking for the biggest impact right now to our Central Florida area. And again, as the governor and the utility companies have reiterated, power outages are to be expected. Crews won't be sent out until it's safe for them to do so, for them to go out and be fixing those power outages. So just remain safe, remain calm, and just be prepared for that impact. Eric.
Well, thanks for the storm also being felt in Polk County. Spectrum News 13's Ashanti Ford continues our team coverage. She met up with a business owner to see how she is preparing for the storm.
I've stopped by several shelters and sandbag sites throughout the Polk County area. Luckily, there are still plenty of resources here for people that are in need. Now, as I was driving along the Plant City Polk County line, I stopped into a store and asked folks how it's been preparing for this upcoming weather, and they told me it's been great for business.
Oh, yes. That's perfect. We need the business, keep it going, so.
Deborah Armstrong said water and non-perishable items have been flying off the shelves. Now, when I first saw Deborah, she was quickly prepping this local flea market for the incoming weather.
Oh, what a pain. It's a lot of work. A lot of pumpkins to pick up and put back out.
And as you could tell by Deborah's relaxed personality, she's a Floridian, not shaken by severe weather. But she admits this time is a little different.
Not one that's almost direct hit to us. I've been around, for Alex and quite a few other ones. Andrew, it was. This one's pretty big. Probably a Cat 4 by the time it hits us.
Deborah said before she closes today ahead of the storm, there's a checklist of things to do.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, and you? They'll probably block the windows up later or something like that. I don't know what they're going to do there yet. But yeah, it's just getting everything from the outside in so it doesn't blow around, break windows.
A similar checklist to other store owners who are hoping Hurricane Ian passes by sooner than later. In Polk County, Ashanti Ford, Spectrum News.
Okay, I'll remind you again, count on us to bring you the latest updates throughout the storm. We have live coverage on air, but also we have updates constantly on the Spectrum News app, the information that matters to you from local leaders, closures, lots more. And you can also watch Spectrum News 13 with the app. All right, our in-depth team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues after the break with a look at the Central Florida shelters that are open.
This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on the App Store and Google Play. And the Spectrum News 13 weather experts will always keep you ahead of the storm with the fastest and most detailed information, plus the context you need to be prepared, keeping you safe this hurricane season on your television and on the go with the Spectrum News app.
This is Morty. Morty's got to go to the vet. But Morty, it's Florida Aid to Animals. Pets know where to go for affordable health care. Florida Aid to Animals has the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and the best products with surgeries for spaying and neutering. Dental cleanings just $99. X-rays only $99 plus office visit. Cats and dogs are happy to save. Call Florida Aid to Animals in Melbourne and Palm Bay.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-400-6949. That's 1-800-400-6949. 1-800-400-6949.
Right now is just about 1:51 here on a Wednesday. I'm Brian Carrick with Mallory Nichols and Maureen McCann. Chris is getting some rest to join us a little later on, and Amy Sweezy will be in to join us for coverage tomorrow as well. So let's get outside and see what we've got going on with Ian. Outer bands making their way on up and into our area, and each outer band that comes on in will have the potential to produce an isolated tornado or two. So again, the center of circulation is just offshore from Charlotte Harbor. At 1 o'clock, it was producing wind gusts in excess of 112 miles per hour at Naples Grand Beach Resort. So here we go with Bogan, Munns and Munns, Cam, Cocoa Beach, Shepherd Park. Our east coast is starting to churn up, and we've obviously got quite a bit of activity that is coming on in. So over to Klystron 13, there is the center of circulation. Let's zoom on in and go on down. Again, for those of you who are maybe not watching, you're away from the TV, the eye wall is crossing over. Now it's actually on land, but the eye itself is still offshore. And once the center of the eye pulls on land, that's when we have a landfalling hurricane. But until then, it is lashing out to Northport, Port Charlotte, and down through Cape Coral. We've had some very intense wind that is more than likely producing some damage at this point. Closer to home, widespread areas of rain, light to moderate rain in spots, a few moderate to heavy bursts. Volusia County, you're dealing with that. Let's walk down a little bit more, show you that we've got another batch of heavy rain, Brevard County, and actually developing on the backside of the first round that is now moving into Orange County and Osceola County. I'll pause down and be keeping an eye out for any spins, and I'm really not seeing much in the way of spin in these storms. But it's something that will be occurring throughout the afternoon. That's why we have a tornado watch that is currently in place, and that includes Seminole, Orange, Brevard, and Osceola County. Eventually, that will get extended north. Hey, kids, just very quickly, let your parents keep an eye on what's going on with Ian and our coverage. I'd like to get you distracted from the storm as it gets a little bit more intense tonight. Gather some good books, maybe get your homework done, charge up those tablets and your phones, download a movie or two, play some games, listen to music. As I mentioned, it looks like the worst is going to come in tonight into tomorrow. We have that tornado watch in effect. The highest impacts tonight through tomorrow evening before the system begins to pull away from us Friday, and the weekend looks pretty good. Flooding is a big concern. Okay, if the trees topple in the flooding because of the rain and the saturated ground, the power ends up going out, don't run your car in your garage. Keep the generator away from the house and ventilated. You don't want to bring it in the house. Carbon monoxide is a big issue. and careful when using candles to light any areas, as you don't want to forget the candle that is burning. Let the storm exit the area after the storm moves on out. That's when you can contact your family and friends and carefully assess what may have occurred outside. So let's get in a little closer. This is a very large, very powerful, and it will be an historic storm as it comes on shore in southwest Florida. You know, this is really eerily similar path-wise to Charlie. It's not the exact same thing as Charlie, and I know that there's been a lot of comparison to Charlie. This is a much, much, much larger storm than Charlie, and it's not jaunting quickly right. In any case, it is still expected to take a path that kind of comes up and over the center part of the state, which is what Charlie did, but each storm is unique, and we're just going to go into this one and make sure that you're aware that once it reaches Polk, Osceola County, we are looking at the potential for a Category 1 to tropical storm, and then eventually those activity, the squalls start moving on out with a much drier weekend ahead.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. We will see you a little bit later on. We do want to bring in a special guest here on Spectrum News 13, special to us because he has been actually, he was a former employee and is now living in Port Charlotte. Keith, good to see you. Actually, good to hear from you. What are you hearing and seeing in Port Charlotte where you are? Because you're not far from the center of the storm.
I'm not far. It's good to be back. I hope you all are well. What just happened, I mean, within 30 seconds, we just lost power. We've had power up to this point. And so we're hunkered down inside the house. We've been given instruction by emergency management to go to the interior of the building and be by a bathroom. And so that's what we've got. I've got a daughter and 2 grandchildren and 4 pets, and I was just looking outside, and I'm looking at a poor, scared bunny rabbit leaning up against the fence, and I'm hoping he's going to be okay. But we're doing as well as we can under the circumstances.
So you said you're under the calm with the eye over you, but did you feel the ferocity and the ferociousness of the eye wall? And as I'm asking you that question, we're looking at video from one of our affiliates in Fort Myers of just the horrific conditions. Did you feel and actually hear the sound of the storm?
Yeah, I'm kind of standing next to the lanai. I don't know if that could be picked up, but I've got a cover on the door, so it's protected me. But it is really whipping around, and we've seen reports of 80-mile-an-hour winds coming by, and I don't doubt it. So it is sounding like a major storm right on top of us.
Is the home or the building that you're in, is it a standalone home or is it a condo? But nonetheless, are you feeling safe in there? What's the type of construction that you know of?
We are in a one single family home, and it's battened down pretty well. A new roof less than 2 years ago, and so we're just hoping for the best. And that's about all we can do right now.
Keith Baker, former Spectrum News 13 employee and now living in Port Charlotte. Good to hear from you. Certainly was a surprise when my director and producer told me who I was talking to. So it's very good to hear from you. And please stay safe and check back in with us if you hear of anything major. And when you can get outside, maybe send us some pictures when it's safe. Keith, thank you very much. And we will continue our coverage and have more on Hurricane Ian's trek towards Central Florida after this.
Closed captioning is brought to you by New Teeth Now. In only one day, New Teeth Now can change your life with a new smile. We treat patients others turn away.
It's an incredible 4-day sale at Bears Furniture. Save up to 50% or more, including 50% off all Tommy Bahama for one final weekend. Own this customer favorite for 50% off. Want genuine leather? All Natuzzi editions, including special order, now 50% off. We have thousands of items in stock and ready for immediate delivery. All the name brands, all the style, all marked down this weekend, only through Sunday. Wear Bears.
This season, it's the perfect time to catch a great deal at your Central Florida Acura dealers. Now, go the distance in the new 2022 Acura MDX, loaded with the premium features you really want. For fierce style and agility, put the 2022 Acura TLX to the test. And check out the next-gen 2023 Acura Integra for an unforgettable driving experience. Don't let these great catches pass you by. So catch a great deal at your Central Florida Acura dealers today.
This thing, it's making me get an ice bath again.
What do you mean? These straps are mind-blowing. They collect hundreds of data points like HRV and REM sleep, so you know all you need for recovery.
And you are?
I'm an investor in Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives me access to NASDAQ 100 innovations like wearable training, optimization tech.
How long you...
I'm done.
Become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ.
I'm okay.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund objectives, risk, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Worried about your roof? Universal Roof and Contracting is on the way. With our Platinum Protection Warranty program, you can be confident that your forever home has a forever roof. And right now, save on roof repairs and roof replacements, plus get 0% financing.
I'm Jade with Universal Roof and Contracting. A new Universal Roof will be your forever roof.
5-star rated. Universal Roof and Contracting. We're on the way. UniversalRoof.com.